Almost forgot to bring you in, Terry. Good morning. How are you? I mean, how could I forget Terry on Travers? It must be so much excitement because of this great race card of
Yeah,
at Saratoga today that I almost forgot about you, my friend. I'm sorry about that.
that's all right. I'm forgettable sometimes.
Nah, you're never forgettable, Terry. You stand out, my friend. The so we got well over 100 players in the freaking Travers contest today. The track is fast on the dirt, firm on the turf, so it looks like all the turf races are going to be a go. The weather forecast is for a kind of a coolish summer day, overcast in Saratoga Springs, New York. So I wouldn't expect maybe a little bit of rain maybe later on in the day, but it's very like 30% chance is the max. So looks to me like we're going to have a good day of racing, Terry, not to be interfered with by Mother Nature.
That sounds great to me. I love when that happens.
Mia as well. So race number 1 is mile and a 16th on the inner turf, maidens for $100,000. And real quick, let me run you through. I, as you know, I keep track of all of the races, all the winners at every track. So I look back at all the firm mile and a 16th inner track winners. And as far as post position is concerned, the rails won 3 times. You add in the 2, the 1 and the 2 combined have won 5 times. The 1, 2, and 3 are 9. Really, it looks to me like 5 and out is where you want your horse to be at the quarter pole, as 11 of 20 winners on a firm surface came from off the pace. As far as running style is concerned, 3 of the 20 went wire to wire. 5, if you include the 2 horse that was riding shotgun at the quarter pole. The reality is, again, closers. So it looks to me like outside closers, as 15 of 20 horses were 4 and out, including 9 of 20 from 6th and out at the quarter pole. Irad Ortiz and Luis Saez have the most wins at the distance, 4 apiece. And trainer Chad Brown and Michael Maker also have 4 apiece. So that kind of wraps up the look at the track in terms of what it's looked like. Let's take a look at the horses real quick. Of the horses that are in, 3 and down are all first-time starters. But the early pace looks like it's going to belong to Martini's Moonshine. And on the way home, Sweeping Giant, who I think right now is the favorite, should have the late pace advantage. Terry, you see anything with that you disagree with?
No, I think the Sweeping Giant's going to be the favorite, and I like it. That's my first pick. Has a high percentage trainer and highest last race speed rating. Ran second, similar to in its only start, and will be bet. Was well bet now.
Mm-hmm. So let's go ahead and run down the field. As normal, I usually take as I say with these first-time starters, I usually take the buckets. I put all the first-time starters in one bucket and all the horses with experience in another. In this case, I feel like I'm going to give the slight edge to the horses with experience, and then maybe a couple in the back end that are first-time starters. So let's run down the list. Royal Spirit, Terry, first-time starter. You got Irad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher. Looks like a good combination to me. What do you think about this horse?
Yeah, he was my 4th pick, simply because he has that good jockey trainer combination. So
yeah, and the 1A is scratched, so you don't have to worry about that. Entry is a main track entry. I don't really, on the 1-horse Royal Spirit, the workouts aren't all that spectacular, but it'll be a horse that I have in my picks as well, just because, as you mentioned, the combination. Chileno is out as well. Number 3, Electability is the highest rated in terms of second in terms of early line for a first-time starter. You got Chad Brown and Javier Castellano. Normally, Irad is riding Chad's better horses.
Yeah, he's my 3rd pick, and I really like that sharp workout on August 21st of 49 breezing. He was 39th best workout of 160.
And one of the things that's kind of a giveaway sometimes is which horse they might think is better. $300,000 for Electability, $450,000 for Royal Spirit. So that probably explains why Irad is on the 1-horse. Spin Wheel, another first-time starter, $100,000. The breeding is okay. I don't see anything in the workouts that jumps up and down to me.
No, me neither. It's, as you said, the breeding is about the only thing I can see. The workouts are, average at best.
Mm-hmm. And $100,000. Martini's Moonshine, the horse that could be on the lead, but it doesn't look like it'll be up there for very long based upon its first 2 races. The first race on the slop was its better of the 2, and sometimes slop can be an indication of a horse that will like grass. So you think there's any chance the 5-horse Martini's Moonshine can carry that speed all the way around?
I don't think so. Although the Dam has 2 winners from 4 starters and 2 turf winners, so that's
Okay.
about the only thing.
Dr. Davis. This horse has shown some fast fractions last time out. Was well bet. The 7 horse was the $1.60 favorite, so 8-5, and then kind of faded at the end. Trainer Bill Mott does kind of rebound nicely off of beaten favorites. When he's hooked up with Jose Ortiz, the combination have won 4 out of 8. So it's a good jockey trainer combo. A little kind of a cheap side, only 10,000. This one you can afford, Terry, 5 times.
Yeah, that's true, huh?
Yeah.
It was, as you said, heavily bet in the first race, and a combination of the jockey trainer combination in the last 14 days have won 2 out of 3 races. Had a sharp workout August 21st, 47-4, breezing 11th out of 41.
So speaking Scout, number 8 horse, had a really nice close at the end. Kind of made its move a little bit early. Pretty inexpensive horse, 36-1 on the morning line when it went out last time. Still managed to run a pretty good number. I don't like that little bit of a late fade. I don't like that Colonial Downs coming in from Colonial Downs. It's not my favorite angle from a smaller track to a bigger track. So maybe Luis Saezo, as I mentioned, is one of the top jockeys at the distance. So he should maybe be able to get a piece of this. Number 9, Daunt. Is there anything daunting about Daunt?
No, the only thing is the breeding suggests it might like grass, but other than that, no.
Yeah, but it has one of the lower in terms of the rankings in terms of pedigree. Sweeping Giant, making his second career start. Todd Pletcher wins those at more than 20%. Second grass start, a little less than 20%. Really hasn't teamed up that well with Joel Rosario. It is the horse that should be coming on strongest at the end, running at pretty much the same level. Should be better in the second start off a layoff. I really like Joel Rosario when he's coming off the pace versus when he's on the pace.
Yeah, I agree with that totally. And as I said earlier, this horse ran second in its only start against similar horses. So I like this horse.
So how are you going to rank him, Terry?
Let's see, 10, 8, 3, and then 1.
10, 8, 3, and 1. I'm going to – I think the 10 horse wins this race too. I'm going to go 10. I'm going to go 7, 1, and 3, Terry. 10, 7, 1, and 3. We'll see how they line up when it goes official.
All right. Sounds good
to me. Good luck with your bets. And good luck with the contest.
Yeah.
Well, Terry, the horse that we said would get to the front got to the front and never gave it up. What do you think about that?
Yeah, never folded. I was really surprised. I thought that it would fold by the end because, the last time it folded and ran out 46 lengths behind the winner. But we did say that the dam has produced two turfs, and I think that was the first time on the turf. So anyway, it had more experience than any other horses, although it only had two races. Maybe it knows a little more about how it's going. So
well, I think I just feel like when I saw that the opening half was in 50 seconds almost, that told me that he had a shot.
Yeah.
If it would have been 48 seconds, then I would have said, no chance. But just a couple of ticks under 50. Yeah. I know it's a maiden special 100,000. I figured he would have a little bit more stamina than he did. The 10 horse made a nice charge late. As we mentioned, he would be the hardest runner late. The one horse made a nice debut, I feel like. The one thing, it's kind of hard to play a speed horse like that when you got so many unknowns with the other horses because you don't know if anybody else is going to jump out to the lead with them. So that makes it a very difficult thing.
It does, but nice price to start the pick 5. So
yeah, well, hopefully, did you all it?
I would, yeah.
But did you, or you're not playing? Didn't play?
I didn't play it today. I'm waiting for the later races today.
Yes, to put the money where the big money pools are going to be for sure.
That's right.
Well, the next race is a 6-furlong race on the main track. A lot of maidens, again, that haven't gotten experience, 2 that have run. So we'll divide them up in the buckets again. I have a feeling I'm going to be focused on the bucket that have no experience versus the ones that have experience. We'll find out what we think, Terry and I, for race number 2, 10 minutes to post.
Okay, see you then.
Terry, you got to be something you and I probably aren't to win this race.
Lucky?
Fast.
Oh, fast. No, I'm not
I used to
fast.
be fast when I was a kid, or at least faster. But yeah, 6 furlongs on the fast track, 37 races so far at the current meet. And the horse that's been first, second, or third out of the gate has won 23 of those 37 races. So well over half of the races have gone to the horses up front. 7 of them went wire to wire. The most common position would be the co-pilot, won 9 if you just rated right off the leader. And then the horse that ran third won 7, just as many as those went wire to wire. There also appears to be those are the gates, not the speed. The speed's even better than that. So you want to be inside speed. So the number 1 post won 7, the 2 post is won 9, and the 3 post is won 7. Had my numbers backwards. As far as speed is concerned, of the 37 races, 14 of them went wire to wire. And another 9 went where the second horse, the co-pilot, won.
Yeah,
so you got like 23 of 37 winners were co-pilot, either the pilot or the co-pilot. That's pretty fast.
It is. Yeah, that's pretty neat statistic.
So looking at this distance has actually been surprisingly by trainer. No real trainer has stepped out. Really, I think Mike Maker might have the most with 3, but otherwise everybody else has 1 or 2. Even though 6 furlongs is probably the most common distance. And the jockeys that really hit it on the fast surface, Jose Ortiz has 9 wins, and 10. Luis Saez has 9. So between the 2 of them, they have 19 of the 37 wins at the distance. And surprisingly, on a fast surface, I don't know if maybe I missed a J and transposed it for an I. I didn't see Irad's name in there at 6 furlongs on a fast, firm dirt track.
Yeah,
can you believe that?
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy to me. But anyway, we got I think 7 horses that have 5 of whom have never made a start before. So I think when you look at the first 2 horses, again, the buckets that I like to put the first-time starters in versus the horses with experience, the 1 horse is one of the horses that has some experience, gets the 19% winning rail. They paid $200,000 for Back to Normal. And I feel like it's one of the horses that maybe of the 2 that have got a first time that started already. I know a lot of folks on the TV like the 4 horse, but basically what I did, understanding speed is the key here, Terry. I went back and looked at just like their fastest 4 furlong workouts. Typically at 6 furlongs, the horses that's that's winning after 4 furlongs has a really, really good chance of winning. So that's how I rated them. So let's go down the field together, Terry. Number 1 is one of the horses that has some experience, Back to Normal. Anything you like about Back to Normal?
Yeah, I do like that one. It was my top pick, and has a high percentage trainer. As you said, the rail post is winning 20% clip, and it ran second in its first race of career. So,
and if you look back to since it's raced on July 17th, you look back at that August 16th workout, 48-2 breezing for 4 furlongs is one of the faster workouts.
Yes.
Number 2, Dr. Perry has the highest pedigree score according to my system. And also, I think is the most expensive horse in the field, $690,000. I don't think anything is remotely close to that. And you have, as I mentioned, on the you got Ricardo Santana on the 2 horse. It didn't really show up on the fast horses, and the workouts for the 2 have been of the horses in the field at 4 furlongs surprisingly slow.
Yeah, I agree with that. He is a good rating, as you said, and he's got a good trainer jockey combination. So,
yeah, Steve Asmussen does win at 18% with first-time starters. Number 3, Be Better. Don't we all want to be better, right? This horse has some of the fastest early fractions. When I look back at the workouts, ran a 48-1 on August the 14th for 4 furlongs. That's amongst the fastest in the group, ridden by Irad. But as I mentioned, I couldn't find Irad's name, surprisingly, at a 6 furlong win on a firm dirt course.
Yeah, I like this horse. My second pick. The Dam has 1 winner from 2 starters, and Irad in the last 14 days has 7 mounts, 3 wins, 2 seconds.
The 4 horse, Hoist the Gold. Nice reference to the Olympics and a year of the Olympics. Running at the same level it ran out last time, maybe improved second time off a start. Second career race is only a 13% winner for Dallas Stewart. And looking at its fractions since its last run, it ran a 46, which would be pretty fast, pretty much in the last race at the first opening half at Saratoga. That's a pretty quick fraction. Since then, at 49 and 2 breezing, the fastest, fourth fastest of 21. But relative to this field's other workouts, a little bit on the slow side.
Yeah, and he did have a little trouble in the last race. He hit the gate at the start, so that might have affected where he ended up.
And as I said, a lot of folks on the TV were mentioning that was a horse that they liked. Number 5, Jack Christopher is the morning line favorite, 9-5. You have the number 1 jockey at the distance and surface. Jose loves himself some fast horses, loves to get to the lead. And its workouts at 4 furlongs, 49 was the fastest I could find, which puts it right in contention for this.
Yeah, he's my third pick, and the sire wins 6% of the time on first time starters.
Mm-hmm.
Dam has 1 winner from 2 starters, and the reading suits today's distance, and he has a really good jockey trainer combination. So.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Well, looking at Chad Brown, surprisingly, first-time starters only 19% winner, and only a 19% winner when he teams up with Jose, which is kind of interesting to me. Illustrious Wesley Ward, this guy really kills it with first-time starters. He's won 30% with first-time starters. The 6-horse, however, has some very slow fractions at Saratoga. The fastest I found for 4 furlongs was 49 and 3 of the listed works, maybe a little on the slow side.
Yeah, the only thing that I could see it is that the breeding does suit today's distance. So,
well, I mentioned the one horse was $600,000. The Steinbeck is also $600,000, so he's an expensive horse as well, and also has the fastest fraction. If you go back to August 1st, ran 47 and 2 from breezing from the gate. I mean, he's obviously not leaving from the gate here, but 7 of 114th fastest. Todd Pletcher does win 20% of the time with first-time starters and 30% of the time with Luis Saez, who I mentioned is the second best jockey at the distance.
Yeah, and that jockey and Pletcher in the last 14 days, they've had 8 mounts together, and they've won 4 of those 50%, and then second once and third once. So, yeah, and the breeding also suggests a good sprint distance. So,
all right, Terry. So, how you lining them up?
Okay, let me get back to my sheet here. I like the 1, 3, 5, 4.
1, 3, 5, 4 for Terry. I'm going to go with the fractions. I'm going to trust Luis Saez and Todd Pletcher. I'm putting the 7 on top. 7, 5, 3, and 1. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your bets, and hopefully we see the 7 or the 1 in the winner's circle. Don't you hate that, Terry? When you know the race is over before it even starts for you?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, because I texted Terry about maybe a few seconds before they wrote it in the post. Said, Terry, I know my 7 is most likely done because he bolted away from the lead pony. Right? That's always a good thing, huh?
Yeah, and he was very green. He was having the jockey was having a lot of trouble with him during the race. So
Well, he was having trouble with him before the race. So I hope that people saw that, got off the 7 and moved on over to the 5, the second choice. And that race came in, I think, 5, 4, and 3, if I remember correctly, Terry, right?
yeah, that's correct. Yep.
And you had the 3 as your second choice, the 5. I think you had the superfecta because the 1 ended up 4th. So just not exactly in the right order. Not ice cold, but still nonetheless. And the 7 horse, unfortunately for me, decided it wants to run crazy before the race and not crazily during the race.
Yep.
So real quick update on the contest. It looks to me like I'm having a little bit of computer issues today, which is kind of funky for me again today. I don't know what's going on, but Gary Fitzpatrick, Sylvia, well, there's a whole host of people that have 8 points. So there's 32 of them. Hopefully you're one of them. And hopefully you're at the end of the contest like Gary Fitzpatrick on the top. I feel like my 7 horse might have done better, provided it didn't run its race before the race. But so it is in horse racing. We'll find out who we like. Hopefully my horse doesn't run its race for race number 3 before the race gets started. It's a 1.16 this time on instead of the inner turf track on the, I guess, outer turf track or regular turf course. And we'll look at the biases there. We'll look at which horses will be out to the front. Maybe we'll have another long shot steal it, Terry, if it's got lone speed. And then we'll look at which horses are going to come home the fastest. We'll take a look at which jockeys and trainers have done the best at the distance. Terry and I will run down the field, and then we'll go ahead and make our picks. So we will see you 10 minutes to post for race number 3.
Okay.
Well, Terry, off to race number 3, a mile and a 16th. This one is on the regular turf course. It's allowance $103,000 for a $103,000 purse. Let's take a quick look, if we will, at the what the race shape could look like based upon the 10 races that they've had at the distance so far. We will start with the post position. The rail has yet to win a race, so that honor is going to belong to the 2-horse, I think, right? Vividly will be on the rail, so you can knock his chances gone. Boom, 0 and 10. And then as far as the other rails are concerned, the 3 and 4 horse have won 7 of the 10 races, so those are where most of your winners are found. The 2-horse managed to take one home, and then the 9-horse managed to take one home. But it's only a 10-race sample size, so it's kind of hard to really put a ton of emphasis on it. And then as far as pace is concerned, the horse that was first at the quarter pole won 3. The horse that rode shotgun got 1. And the horse that ran third, so the one that made it a crowd, also ran third. So 7 of the 10 winners were from the inside 3 at the quarter pole at a mile and a 16th on the turf course. So surprisingly, speed might actually play a role in this race. And if you remember the first turf race, the 5-horse got to the lead and never looked back, right?
That's right. Yep.
And in the 10 races, half of the winners, again, were Luis Saez with 3 and Jose Ortiz with 2. This is on a firm track, by the way, too, at a mile and a 16th. As far as the trainers are concerned, James Bond, I love that name. I wish that were my name growing up. Then Chad Brown and Michael Maker, each one of them has secured 2 wins. So they've those 3 trainers have combined for 6 of the 10 firm races at a mile and a 16th on the turf. So let's go ahead and look at this race. The 2-horse, I believe, is scratched out of here. No, there's one of them that's scratched. The 5-horse is scratched out. I'm sorry. Can't read my own handwriting once again. Yep. So let's start with Princess Fazia. This is the 1-horse ridden by John Velasquez with Linda Rice as the trainer, making its first start since June 17th with a series of okay workouts, nothing spectacular. Has run at the distance 5 times with a win and 2 seconds. Terry, you think Linda Rice's Princess Fazia can take this one?
No, that's not one of my picks, although I really like Linda Rice. But the best turf speed with this one is close to the average winning speed and likes the distance, as you said.
I've been thinking the 1 and the 1A. I prefer the 1A, which is Sparkling Sky, ridden by Ricardo Santana Jr. Horacio De Paz is the trainer. I might like this one more, but it didn't really do well in its last race. However, at Saratoga, does have a win in 2 seconds and 3 tries, a win and a second in 3 at the distance. Like I said, between the 1 and the 1A, I prefer the 1A, but if they're not racing each other, I don't have either one of them.
Yeah, the only thing about the 1A is that I think there might be something wrong with that horse as far as health. Ran 1 time this year, 1 time last year, and then previous to that in the 2019, it ran 4 races. So some reason they're only running them 1 time a year. So
maybe they don't want to overwork them, Terry. Vividly, which is on the rail, Joel Rosario, Brandon Walsh. Haven't really teamed up. Was the favorite last time. Did get beat handily. Was 5th out of a field of 10, but did get bumped at the start. Was closing at the end. Oh, and I forgot to put this up there. So too many things on my mind at once, Terry. So he will be closing at the end. Let's see how he stacks up in terms of closers. The 2-horse Vividly will be towards the back of closers, but might be up towards the front. I know when you look at the past performance, I don't know why it's showing that, but Vividly, oh yes, the 2 is at the top. It might be showing that on your past performance numbers, but when you look at the, you see a bunch of 7s and 4s, but when you look at the early pace figures settle better than they look on paper. So surprisingly, the 2 might find its way to the front, but riding that rail will make it difficult. Number 3, Golden Plume, won the debut down at Tampa. Comes here today, and it's one of the favorites, was the 70-cent favorite. So basically 3 to 5 favorite, a little more in between 3 to 5 and 4 to 1, and is currently your favorite at 2 to 1.
Yeah, I like this horse, my second pick, and won easily, as you said, at Tampa Bay Downs, has a high percentage trainer, and was heavily bet in the first race.
And then the all-important 3 post, Windfall Profit, last time out, showed a little bit of speed and faded at the end. It did the same thing in the race before. Headed to the bench, looking at the first time starts off of a bench. It has a win and a second, followed by a seventh by 4.5 lengths. Claude McGahee and Luis Saez, as I mentioned. Luis is one of the better jockeys at the distance. Terry, what are your thoughts here?
And you're talking about the
Windfall Profit, yes.
Yes. I really am intrigued by this horse. Showed early speed in the last two races, and cutting back in this race might give it the chance to stay out front. Switches to a high percentage jockey, and his best turf speed is the fastest among today's starters. He had a really good workout, 59.1 for 5 furlongs.
Mm-hmm. And also the horse is last time out, that speed figure was above par. So if he can carry that again today for the distance for this level. Number 6, Secret Time. This one intrigues me. Should be closing hard. Last time maybe made its close a little bit too early. Was leading in a stretch and then gave it up to Love and Thunder, who's coming up a little bit later on. Second time off a layoff. Last time did show improvement. You think they can find enough improvement to find the winner's circle and make Tyler Gaffleone a 2-time winner today?
Yeah, this horse also intrigues me. It ran third after a 4-month layoff, but probably needed that race and does have a high percentage trainer.
Kitten by Sea, the 7-horse. Irad Ortiz, interestingly enough, didn't see his name on the winner's list on a firm 1.16 in the 10 races so far. Teaming up with Todd Pletcher, the two win at 37% together, actually generate a positive return on investment. I also like that I see on the past performance from race to race, getting it, you can see that walking up the stairs, getting better and better at the half, at the quarter, at the mile. So a third time off a layoff might be 2 wins in a row for Kitten by the Sea.
Yeah, won her last race at today's distance at Saratoga. So I think, and she's got this good trainer jockey combination who in the last 14 days out of 7 rides, they've had 3 winners in 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the horse has definitely performed pretty well. And that last race speed figure, again, was one that was over par for this level. Number 8, Love and Thunder. Jose Ortiz, again, one that's done exceptionally well at the distance. Well, not exceptionally well, but does have 2 of the 10 wins. Was the favorite last time out, missed by a half of a length. Should be one of the better closers at the end. By a far number, has the best late pace figure. So if Jose can have this horse for Chad Brown close to the lead, could run right by everybody and make it so it's not even close.
Yeah, I like this horse. It's my first pick. He ran 3 seconds in a row at a mile since coming to the USA and now stretches out, which could very well be the key to a win. He's got a high percentage trainer who wins 27% of the races when bringing a beaten favorite back.
All right, so now it's time to make your picks, Terry. Who do you like?
Okay, I like the 8 with the 3, with the 4, with the 7.
8, 3, 4, 7. Rich is going with 8, 7, 4, and 3. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Hopefully, we see the 8, Terry, for both of us in the winner's circle.
All right.
Terry, it looks like it's raining in Saratoga Springs right now, so I don't know what that means to the track. I think they mentioned there might be some slight rain showers, but they're supposed to be passing on the day. And I don't know what that's going to do to the turf. I'd imagine it might soften it up a little bit, depending upon how much rain they get and how long it's been since rainstorms. Last time out at the same distance, 1.16 miles on the inner track, we saw that 5-horse jump to the lead, run a 49 in almost 50, stayed on the lead all the way around the track. But again, if we take a look at the post position, the inside 3 have won now. They had won 9 of 20. Now they've won 9 of 21, and post 5 and out now have won 12 of 21. As far as the winners are concerned, now we have 4 that went wire to wire, another 2 that were second, another few that most of them were fifth and out, not including the last race. So right now, 15 to 21 were closers. It looked like speed was holding up. Maybe stalkers now are going to take the lead with a little bit of a heavier track. Let's take a quick look at what the pace might look like in this race, a shorter field. We have 3-horse Videra, which is right now the favorite, I think, at 1-1. That horse is likely to be the one that gets the lead, followed by the 5-horse again. On the way back home, California Queen and Videra will be probably your 2 strongest. So you got the fastest horse with the second best late pace figures, probably stands to do pretty well. And again, just as a quick recap, Irad Ortiz and Luis Saez are the 2 jockeys that have the most wins at the distance. We might have to change that depending upon if they change the track rating from firm to something else. So we'll take a look at how that impacts the performance if indeed the track gets downgraded somewhere along the line. So this is the Ballston Spa Stakes. It's a grade 2 for $400,000, Terry. Let's look at the field, see what you like, and then we go ahead and make our picks. Okay. Horse number 1 is High Opinion. Do you have a high opinion on High Opinion?
I sure do. Won the last race at Saratoga and stretches out now, I think will help. And it has a hot trainer in the last 14 days out of 4 mounts, has 2 wins, a second and a third.
It does have a history of some of the best fractions. Again, sometimes it doesn't look like it on paper, but when you look at those pace figures, it can be deceiving compared to the actual number you see in position. So yes, the horse has the top pedigree for the distance and surface as well. And as you mentioned, Anthony Dutrow and Luis Saez, good trainer, good jockey. Could be a good combination. 4th time off a layoff. The horse hasn't made it to the 4th time before, but when you look at the past performance figures, getting better race by race. So I like that stepping up the ladder look. Number 2 is Tammy here. The horse last time out in his first start after a short layoff, finished the 2nd. Nice improvement from the grade 1s that it had been in before. So a little bit of step down in class, now a bit of step back up in class, but not running at the highest level it's run. 2 times at the distance with a pair of seconds. What do you think?
Oh, I like this horse a lot. Bumped at the start in her last race, and she still ran second. And then she has this trainer who wins 27% of the time when he brings a beaten favorite back.
Chad Brown.
Yeah. And then the hot trainer jockey combo in the last 14 days have ran out of 20 races, have had 15 in the money, 8 of them wins, 3 seconds and 4 thirds. And then she has a sharp workout August 22nd, 4 furlongs, 48.3 breezing. She was the 4th best workout of 62.
Yeah, and Chad Brown is one of the top trainers at the distance. He and Michael Maker winning 4. Videra, the favorite, had won 3 in a row, went to the bench, came back out and finished 4th. Was blocked, so probably has an excuse. Another Chad Brown horse with Joel Rosario. Surprisingly, Irad's not on this one, but Joel has been on the horse every time since it came over from Ireland. Looking at Videra is a horse that does find the winner's circle, 6 out of 14 lifetime. Another beaten favorite for Chad Brown.
Yeah, and has the best turf speed at today's distance with the starters. So,
number 5, New York Girl. Tell me what you like about New York Girls, Terry.
Well, first of all, she does have a good trainer jockey combination, who in the last 14 days out of 5 mounts have won 2, but she has a really sharp workout also on August 21st, 47.3 breezing, second out of 160 work counts.
And does have some fast early fractions too. So speed continues to hold up. That sharp workout and history of getting out of the gates in a hurry could be helpful. Number 5 is a Platinum Painter. Platinum Painter had one of the top last race speed figures. It's going to be making its, what's the 6th, 7th start without a break. It's run at the distance 9 times, a couple of wins, a second and a couple of thirds. Probably going to be a little bit off the pace. Did run up against California Queen a few races back. Wasn't even close, but was the favorite. Jose Lescano and Juan Vasquez are the combination here. Terry, you see anything in Platinum Painter that's going to attract you?
Not really, except for the fact that it keeps running, second and third the last couple of races. So the best turf speed is close to the average winning speed. So
if you like speed figures, the 5-horse might be one that you want to put in there because according to my rankings, the top 4 horses speed figure wise are 3, 6, 5, and 2. So if they just run their averages, that's how they would finish. Number 6, California Queen, I think is one of the favorites as well. 2-1 last time out at Monmouth. I'm beginning to like that Monmouth to another track angle because you go from no whip to a whip. That encouragement sometimes can help a horse, and maybe it helps California Queen, whose odds have gone from 2-1 all the way up to 5-1 right now. So the bettors are kind of walking away from this horse.
Yeah, she is 2 for 2 at today's distance, and she has the highest race speed rating. So second,
and she does have by far the best late pace figures. So I know speed's been holding up, so maybe late pace not going to play out. She may well be at the back of the pack when they come out of the gate, so she might have to go from worst to first. But I think, when you have the best of anything in a particular situation, it gives you an opportunity. And with the odds going up, an overlay, I love overlays, especially like in the back half of exactas, where a lot of times they finish on the top of exactas too. So, all right, Terry, how are you going to play them?
I like the 2, 1, 3, 6.
Terry likes the 2, 1, 3, 6. Rich got the same horses, maybe in a little bit different order. I'm going to go 3, 1, 6, and 2. And in the event I don't like one of those, the 5. All right, folks. We'll see how they line up.
No.
Yes, well, I'm going to do a Terry bet next. That way I can get one right. Last time, I had the trifecta in the last race. Sorry, I missed the update. I had an emergency, something, I don't know, to get with them. People had to go to work. And somebody, I think, backed up into my garage door pretty heavily and put some nice cracks down it. So when it's going up, it kind of like caves in and won't go all the way up the track. So I had to go outside and correct that. Any case, that's why I missed the update. But we did have the trifecta. Terry had it in his top 4. I had it in my top 3. Hopefully we can repeat. Like to see the 3 or we both have the 3 in the winner's circle. So we'll want to see the 3 in the winner's circle. We'll see it when it goes official.
See you then. All right, Rich, you had an ice cold exacta, trifecta, and superfecta.
Didn't you have the same thing?
Yeah, but mine was mixed up. Yours was ice cold.
I wrote down Terry 3162, so I must have wrote down my own. I thought we both
That was
had it.
your own. That was your own.
All right. Well, I mean, to be fair, it could have gone pretty much in any order of 3, 1, and 6.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, especially the 3 and the 1, that 3 and the 1, but they were really dogging it out there. It was really close. I thought the 1 might have gotten them on the rail, but it just looked to me like the 3's head was a little bit more extended. Yep, it all depends on whose neck was back and whose neck was up.
Yeah, it reminds me of a race I saw way a long time ago where Willie Shoemaker was in a head-to-head like that. And when you looked at the photo, he won it. The whip was underneath the horse's neck, underneath his chin, pushing his head up.
So he's lifting the head up at the wire.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'd never seen that before. So
that's a interesting. That's an experience, I guess, right there. Right? What you say?
Yeah.
To know that to do that under the heat of the moment. Yeah, go ahead and do that. So let's take a look at the standings. Terry, you have Papa Congo in first place with 18. Sylvia, who always seems like she's in the contests. Julia T, Tom Quint, Timothy Cataldo. Well, there's a whole bunch of people at 16 points. I don't even want to go that far down. It takes a little bit too long. And I show up with 11 at 43 because I should have switched that 7 to a 5 when the 7 went running away from his lead pony. In any case, see what's going on here. Racing 4. Hello, Kenlick. Yes, we are in Racing 4. When we were doing Racing 5 and Racing 6 and every other horse from here out, I don't think I have to go fix the garage door anymore, so we should be pretty good to go with that. So the next race is another one, Terry, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. I don't think they've downgraded. It looks to me like it's still fast. The rain looks like it may have stopped. And if the dirt is fast, we're going to see what 6.5 furlongs kind of horse you need to win that, where you wanted to see it in the gates. And, of course, we'll go ahead and analyze every horse and make our picks. Again, a race full of first-time starters. Half of the field, first-time starters. The other half is experienced horses. So we'll have to decide which bucket we want to pick from, Terry.
Sounds right.
I see on the screen it's still raining. So I suspect if it continues to rain, we might see the track get downgraded to good at some point.
Yeah, it could be. Could be, yeah.
All right, Terry, we'll see you 10 minutes to post.
All right, see you then.
Hey, Terry, race number 5, 6.5 furlongs, made in special weight, $85,000 purse. 2-year-olds foaled in New York State and approved by the New York State Bred Registry, weighted 119 pounds. Again, you have one of those races where you have to put them in 2 buckets, Terry. 1 bucket of first-time starters, 1 bucket of horses that have no experience. I feel like the winner's going to come out of the bucket with experience. What do you think? Are you with me, Terry? I'm not so sure Terry's with me at the moment. So let me put Terry in here, see when he comes back on. So, whoops. You with me, Terry?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So look, it says bring Tom in too. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Hi.
So we got race 5. Let's get down to the facts. Race 5, 6.5 furlongs fast. There have been at the race 15 on a fast surface. The post is 1-3, the 2 horses 1-3, and the 3 horses 1-1. So you have basically the inside 2 getting 6 out of 15. On the outside, 6+ have combined for 6 as well. So looks to me like barbell, either inside or outside. As far as pace is concerned, the speed horse went wire to wire 5 times. Shotgun went 2 times to the winner's circle, and third 4 times. So you want to be in the first 3, inside or outside, to make it to the collect that first place check. As far as jockeys are concerned, once again in a sprint, we see Jose Ortiz as the lead, winning 4. And then you have John Velasquez, Dylan Davis, and Luis Saez with 2 each. Trainer-wise, Todd Pletcher's got 3. Steve Asmussen and Bill Mott got 2 at the distance. One quick thing, as far as the pace for the horses that have been in the race, the 4 Whittington Park has an excessive early pace advantage over the rest of the field. And then the 9 has a slight advantage over the 8 and the 7 on the way home. Of course, that does not include the first-time starters because we don't have any information on them in a real race. Let's take a look at the field. The 5 horse is scratched. Let's look at race number 1. Kuzmin beats Terry. Tom, to start with Tom, what do you like with the 1 horse?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. And then you, Terry?
He's a first-time starter, and the workouts are just average, so not anything really.
I do like the Luis Saez being in the irons. He's one of the better speed jockeys at the track, so I'll give him that. He should get a good ride. Something majestic. Tom, I got a feeling your answer is the same here. Anything you like on that one?
I didn't see anything. The trainer does not do so well with this at this level, and I'd take a pass.
And for you, Terry?
Yeah, the only thing I see is it has a bullet work on August 6th of for 5 furlongs at 102, which was the best out of 10 workouts that day.
Yeah, I do like the bullet and go angle. I mean, to me, that means they're pressing the horse, probably going to try for the lead along with the 4 horse.
Yeah,
number 3.
102 is not particularly fast. If I saw 1 minute flat or something less, then I'd be a little more impressed.
Yeah, it's not, but it tells me they'll try to hustle them out at least a little bit. Miracle Nicky, the 3 horse. Irad Ortiz, surprisingly, doesn't show up that often in sprints on the dirt as a winner, teaming up with Rudy Rodriguez. Doesn't win that many in the first time. Another one that has okay workouts, but nothing that jumps off the page. -1 August 4th at Belmont. Tom?
Yeah, my top choice.
Tom likes the 3.
Works are good enough. Again, this is a bunch of New York breds. He's a March foal, so I like that. He's a Tapiture. Eve of Destruction was a darn good little horse. And it just, as you said, that combination doesn't show up in these kind of races that much.
Mm-hmm.
And that may be very suspicious.
Terry, what do you think?
Yeah, well, it's my 3rd pick, and the dam has 3 winners from 3 starters. The breeding suits today's sprint distance, and he has that hot jockey combination of Irad Ortiz has won 7 out of the last 28 races.
He and Rudy Rodriguez haven't won in 15 races together. So Whittington Park, this horse should get out to, I think, a big lead and not look back. Manny Franco does I think he runs very good races when he's up on the lead. 2nd career start for Brad Cox, 26% winner. Tom?
Nah, not me.
Not you, Terry?
My first pick, Brad Cox is the high percent trainer. This horse has the highest last speed rating. Finished third versus similar in the last, and its only start. And best Burt speed is the fastest among today's starters, and they added blinkers today.
And it's got the top pedigree score, tied for anyway. I think the 5 horses out of this race. Number 6, Brady's Legacy, another first-time starter. Jose Ortiz, got to give him some love because he is the dominant speed jockey at Saratoga. Workouts are only okay. Only won 1 out of 7 with Jeremiah Engelhardt. But in our conversation with, I think it was Maggie Wolfendale, she mentioned that Jeremiah is one who brings live horses. Tom?
Yeah, I would agree with that. But the breeding looks like turf to me. And I'd rather, if it was on a 5.5 furlong race on the turf first out, I'd be a lot more interested.
Yeah. Go ahead. For me, the Dam has 1 winner out of 2 starters, and of course has the Jose Ortiz. So,
and the 1 winner did not win as a 2-year-old. One was a 3-year-old.
3 is your 3-year-old. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 7, Dramos. Would you say that's a simply unforgettable horse, or one that you shouldn't forget about? What's bet well in its debut on turf?
I that's my second choice. I just think it needs a better trip. It was 3 and 4 wide. It just, first race. These are 2-year-olds. They're New York breds. Why not? I mean, I think the turf to dirt angle with a 2-year-old is fine.
Go ahead, Terry. What do you think?
I ran an even race the first time out, and I had a bullet work. 3 furlongs, 36.2. Best out of 8.
Number 8, Wicked Bobby. Think maybe got off to a slow pace. Maybe that deceptive. Maybe it'll get off to a little faster pace, although I don't see anything in the workouts that suggest that's going to happen since the last race. It is getting a little bit of love from the people on TV, but not a lot of love from the bettors. Its odds have gone from 5-1 to 9-1. Any reason why you would get on this horse, Tom?
If it gets out of the gate, that would be helpful. It again, 2-year-old didn't start, and I think that's really what put him down. So he's kind of in the maybe category. The works are okay. The breeding suggests he should like this distance, but that first race, not getting out of the gate, hopefully they figured that part out.
All right, so go ahead, Terry.
That's a toss for me.
All right, race number 9, horse number 9, Bone in the Back. Last time out, stumbled at the start, made some improvement, maybe got a little better fractions. Last workout was middle of the road. So what do you think about that, Terry?
Yep. For me, go.
Well, for me, it's my second choice. As you said, stumbled out of the gate and still ran 4th. They added blinkers today, and Anthony Dutro is hot the last 14 days. Out of 4 mounts, he's had 2 winners, a second, and a third.
Tom?
Yeah, he's my third choice. He's got the mare's. He's got 7 starters, or 3 of them are winners, and one of them won as a 2-year-old. They paid absolutely nothing for this horse, $15,000. Which in New York Breds category you can make back very quickly. If you've got somebody who's halfway decent, even not halfway decent, you still can make the money back. The breeding is good.
All right, we got to make our picks because they're going in the gate. Who do you like, Tom?
Yeah, I'm gonna put the 3 on top, and then I'm going to use the 7 and the 9.
3, 7, 9, Terry.
Okay, 4, 9, 3, 6.
I'm going 4, 6, 1, 9. We'll see how they line up. Good luck to everybody. Hope to see the 4 in the winner's circle. Kind of a easy win for the 4-horse with a lot of green running behind him. Stands the 9-horse. So
Yeah.
that was a case where the experienced horses definitely had an edge because you saw some of the other ones. I don't know what the 1-horse did. Did you see coming out of the turn? I thought the jockey was just going to go wide to go around, but no, that horse decided he wanted to go that way. So maybe next time out for the 1,
Yeah, you wanted to go back to the barn.
Yeah, maybe he saw a friend or a family member over in the to the right into the stands there, or maybe one of the helping hands that takes care of the horse during the non-racing days for that horse. In any case, big easy win for the 4. Any thoughts about how that race played out? Looked like speed held up.
Yeah.
You know what? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say no problem. I mean, the 6 and the 3 didn't get out of the gate, and their race was done at that point. And I think the 9 ran a better race than I thought it was going to. I thought I liked it, but I just didn't know whether the blinkers are going to make that much of a difference.
Terry, what do you think?
Yeah, I thought it was the way it ran exactly the way I thought it would. The 4 winning, the 9 running second. The only one that I didn't have in my choices was the 8 that ran third. So,
Well, the 2-horse did get off to a fast start. The guy knew that bullet work meant that they were going to send him. So, usually when I see that bullet work right before, that's a hint to me that the trainer intends on trying to get out fast. Next race is 6.5 furlongs with a deep field. So we'll be back maybe a few minutes earlier, maybe 12 minutes to post now that we have Tom along with us. That way we have enough time to cover every single horse. We'll be back 12 minutes to post for race number 6 coming up, right?
okay, we'll see you then.
See you then. I hate not putting that thing out there right away. Anyways, so giving myself time to pretty up behind that mirror there. It's not much I can do for that, right? Race 6.
But the shade is still there.
Yes, unfortunately. 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. Quick look at how this track and surface plays out for the biases. Let's look at the post first. The rail horse has won 8 of 39, so it's a pretty good number. The 2 and the 3 got 5 each, so 18 of the 39 are the inside 3 horses. So it looks to me like 4 and out are probably a little bit better in terms of win percentages. As for pace, it's a little bit different, though. You get to the lead, you've won 10 of the 39. Seems like running second's not a good place to be. Only hit 4. Third, on the other hand, gets 8. So 22 of 39 were on the inside 3. So I think it looks to me a little bit like outside pace is the difference. Maybe a little bit of a stalking trip because the 4 and the 5 combined for 10. So that's 32 of the 39 right there. So I would say you want either real fast or a stalker. And then as far as the pace is concerned, let's take a look at how the horses might play out. Out of the gate, the 9 horse Shiraz is the fastest. And it and the 5 have pretty similar early pace numbers. On the way back home, Gins and Tins, an 11 package. They have some of the best late pace numbers. The 10, the 7, and the 6 are kind of bunched up together. So I think you'll see some pretty even running on the way home. Now let's take a look at the jockeys. Let's talk about the jockeys that have done well. Irad has 5. Lescano has 4. Joe Rosario has 4. Luis Saez has 4, and Tyler Gaffleone has 4 at the distance. No trainer other than Michael Maker has more than 2. So pretty good choice of jockeys. It looks like they all know how to ride the distance. Pretty much any trainer works. We want outside speed. Looking at the field, number 1 after 5. We'll start with you, Tom. What do you like?
Well, I mean, it's a Wesley Ward trained, but it's not obviously one of his top horses. Been trying, but I didn't use it.
Terry?
Yeah, I didn't use it either, although it's been in the money 66% of the time this year and won 33% of them races. And, of course, the rail post is winning at a 19% clip.
Yeah, outside of the rail there's really no reason for me to be on that horse. Ampersand to scratch. The 3 horse is Gins and Tins. Mentioned this might be one of the fastest horses on the way home. Terry, do you see any reason why you would take this winner of 3 and 29 lifetime today?
Well, he is my third choice. He's finished in the money 11 out of 24 starts, winning 3 of them. He has won 3 at today's distance and ran a good second last race.
How about for you, Tom?
Yeah, I think the speed is there. It's just a matter of getting in position to be able to have a chance to make a run. That inside could be a problem, and I'm good trip. Jose knows what he's doing, so yeah, I used it.
Yeah, for me, Gins and Tins, maybe the late pace figures come into play at the end. Too short of a race, I think, with a little bit too much up front, can run into a lot of traffic with a deeper field. The 4 and the 5 were main track only horses. They're not in. This might be one that Tom likes coming out of Ireland. The Charmed horse, number 6, another one that maybe can have some early pace, but also has a little bit of late legs too. Tom, do you like your International Invader in his 3rd U.S. start?
No, I do not.
Right.
It's only an all-weather track winner. There's not enough there. I don't know if it can get with this bunch. It's definitely going to show speed early, but I got to see more. I mean, it's not there.
Terry?
Yeah, he's not one of my top 4, but I really looked at it hard. He's my 5th pick. Stumbled in his 3rd race since layoff and ran 3rd in that race. Finished and then had 2 bullet workouts. One on August 22nd, 35-2, first out of 11 workouts. And then one on August 15th, 4 furlongs, 48 breezing, first out of 51. So he scares me a slight bit.
Yeah, he does have some fast early fractions. Last time out and time before that, ran pretty fast. Monmouth, Saratoga, Bullet Works. I like that bullet and go. Colton's Command. Terry, what do you like about Colton's Command with Joel Rosario, who is one of the better jockeys at the distance, second off a layoff?
Yeah, I really don't care for the horse. He won the first race, his first race, and hasn't done anything since.
Tom?
I'm kind of in a wait and see again with this one. I think it may need another race.
Okay. It does have some of the best pedigree scores in the field, so it's tied for that, for the distance and surface. So maybe if it can live up to its pedigree, it can find its way in the winner's circle. Number 8, Mamba on 3. Last time out, showed some improvement at Pimlico. The win, has won 3 out of 5 races, and then got a couple of sixths in there as well. So which one are we going to see? The good Mamba on the 3 or the bad Mamba on the 3, Tom?
I'm hoping for the good. I put it in there. I think it's you're going to get a nice price here, and it's done well, and it's just the step up to see whether it can handle this bunch.
Well, absolutely does have some of the best early fractions early on. Terry, what do you think?
Yeah, I like the fact that it's moving up in class, and he's actually my 4th pick. So that's one of my angles. I love seeing horses going up in class after wins.
All right. Number 8. Did I pass? No, that was number 8 right now. Number 9, Shiraz. Used to work with a great oil analyst named Shiraz. He was one of the smartest guys I know. So smart guys pick smart horses. Tom, are you a smart guy? You going to pick the 9?
Yeah, well, I look at Shiraz as being the grape. Shiraz is from southern France, and then you find it heavily in Australia. I just, it ran a nice race last out. But I'd rather see it against New York State breds.
All right, Terry.
Yeah, he, like you said, he won his last race, and he improved his speed rating by a lot. He has the best turf speed among today's starters, and he has the high percentage trainer of Michael Maker, and Luis, so it says, is in the irons. So.
Very good combination for this distance and surface, no question about it. Also, that last race speed figure that you pointed out wasn't its best, but still above par for this level. The only horse in the field that can make that claim. Number 10, Christopher. Must be named after a kid or something. Or call him Topher. 1 for 1 at Saratoga at the distance last time out with a big closing rush. Do you like Christopher, Terry?
Not particularly, no. It finished 75% of the time in the money, winning 25% of those. She's won 2 of her 4 starts, but I just don't think she's going to do anything here.
Tom?
It's my top choice. Like the win. Jockey switch doesn't hurt any. Tyler Gaffalione is riding very well.
Mm-hmm.
Going up in class, definitely. But, and it's going to be moving late. So if there's enough up front, this one's going to catch them. And it was 4 wide last time, and being a wide post does not bother me in the least.
No, me either. I do like the fact that this horse is looking sharp. Number 11, to round out the field, big package, 3rd time off a layoff, beaten favorite for trainer David Donk. Gets Irad Ortiz, who I mentioned has the most wins at the distance. The 11 will be one of the horses that is coming the fastest at the end, but might be a little bit far back in the beginning. Could run into some traffic. Tom, do you think it can make his way through traffic?
It really depends on the energy level at the end. It's last time it was good. It needs to step up from that race, and I'm kind of hoping it go back to New York breds.
All right, Terry, what do you think?
My number 1 pick finished in the money in his last 6 races, winning 2 of those. He's got the Irad Ortiz, who in the last 7 days has finished in the money 15 times out of 28, winning 7 of those, and this horse likes the distance and the track, and he's having a good year.
One quick note, Luis Saez does have the 9 horse off to his without his lead pony. I learned that term recently. And from talking with Jose Ortiz, he says when his horse feels ripe, he will take it away from the lead pony. So maybe Luis thinks he's got a live horse in the 9. All right, Tom, how do you rank them?
I took number 10 on top of 3 and 7.
10, 3, 7. And then Terry?
I have 11, 9, 3. Yeah, 11, 9, 3, 8.
11, 9, 3, 8. So I have 9, 11, 10, and 6. We will see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your bets. Good luck with your tickets. Hold on one second before we go. Tom's a genius, says Jay Marco. All right, Tom. Tom comes in, he gets the genius. I don't know what about the rest of us. All right, we'll see who the genius is when it's official. Jay.
That would be generally the way to play it out. Bye.
Bye.
I'm not quite sure if that settles the genius question or not, because Terry had the winner on top. Tom is the only one to have picked the 7 in any of his picks. A little bit distracted over there, Tom.
I'm just looking at the payoffs.
And I am the only one that had the exacta in my top 3 picks. So the exacta paid the most. That makes me the official genius of race number 6. I think we're in race number 6. So what do you guys think about that race? That 9 horse just never got out, then went wide, just slopping around. Didn't look like a good race from the 9 whatsoever at all. But other than that, I think the 11 and the 10 kind of went to the form I expected out of them.
Yeah, it did. It ran, other than Christopher, which I did say I didn't care for, but yeah, it looked pretty good. I was happy to see the 11 beat the 10 because I'm competitive, Tom.
Well, of course. I would hope so.
Yeah.
What does the 11 and 10 have to do with Tom?
Because
Tom had the 10.
I picked the 11.
Well, Tom would have looked like a real genius had the 10 won and been the only one with the 7. But
yeah, that's right, because the 10 was a lot longer shot. He paid really good, 7-10 to place. So
yes, but indeed, Rich had the exacta in his top 3 picks. So we'll see who has the exacta. Maybe we can get another ice cold superfecta in the next race, because I think the horse on top is a lock. So you probably got to get the next 3 only to get the ice cold superfecta. So we're going to throw it out there. We're going to have the ice cold superfecta challenge for race number 7. We'll see how we like them. 10 or 12 minutes to post now, because we have Tom. See you then.
okay.
Well, race 7 is the first one at 7 furlongs. It's raining once again, but the track does remain rated as fast. Looking at 7 furlongs in terms of post position, how it's played, the rail has won 6 of 30. The next 2 horses, the 2 and 3, combined for 5. So the inside 3 horses, only 11 out of 30. So it looks to me like you want to be middle out. In fact, the 6 and out have won 14 of 30, although that's really not much of an issue. Well, we do have 2 horses beyond that. And then on the pace, 6 have gone wire to wire. Again, being a shotgun or the co-pilot's not been the place to be, only coming home 3 times, but third has scored 8 times. So the inside 3 have won 17 of 30. So it looks like you want to be a little bit fast. From 4 and out, most of the winners came from the 4 and 6. Those 2, for some reason, combined for 8, while I don't think the 5 got any. So there's something wrong with being in between the 4 and the 6. Looking at the early pace, guys, it's Gamine and then everybody else. And then on the way home, you have the 3-horse Casual. Looks like it's going to be, but the 3, the 6, the 5, and the 2, they all have similar late pace numbers. And the 1, Gamine, is not all that far behind, followed by CC and Truth Hurts. Anything that you see there in terms of pace that you guys disagree with?
Not me.
Not you. Tom either. All right.
No.
Looking at the jockeys, you have Dylan Davis, Irad Ortiz. First time we've heard this name today. Ricardo Santana Jr. with 4, but they're all chasing Luis Saez with 5 wins at 7 furlongs. So he looks like he's the person that likes the distance the most. And then as far as trainers, it's pretty wide open. Chad Brown, and the first time we've seen this name today, Rob Atras, have 3 wins. Everybody else has 2 or 1. So it's kind of wide open from a trainer's perspective. Let's take a quick look at the horses. Guys, Gamine, should we just say pass, gonna win? That's it?
Yeah, I don't see. The only thing that's going to beat that horse is if there's some kind of equipment problem or some bumping going on or something like that.
Well, I took a position against her, so we'll wait on that.
I think it's smart to do that. But you know what? She's like 3 to 5 or something right now. And I think on the show we talked about what were the odds going to be, and everybody was 1 to 9 or 1 to 5. I mean, there's still plenty of time to bet. So I think I had 2 to 5. That was my number. See if that's where they goes up. But she does have the best early fractions and does have a shot to maybe, I think, wire the field because her speed figures early on are so much better than everybody else's. But anyway, I don't need to tell you that. Lake Avenue is Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott. Neither name showed up, but last 2 races missed by a neck, maybe taking a little bit of a class step up, maybe, I think. But as far as form's not bad. Terry?
Yeah, the last 2 races only by neck.
Mm-hmm.
She had some sharp workouts on 21st of October. On August. 4 furlongs at 49 breezing, 41. She was 41st out of 160 workouts that day. So,
and what do you like? Is this one of your horses that you use to take a stand against Gamine, Tom?
No.
Okay, he says no. I passed. But the only thing I can point out to good pedigree in this horse. Mm-hmm. The 3 horse is Casual. Again, I mentioned this is the one that's probably going to be likely coming home the hardest, making its second start off a layoff, and its previous second races in 2 races cycles did improve. The one time it did match up against Gamine, found herself 32 lengths behind. Can she make up 32 lengths today, Terry?
No, but she's my 3rd pick, so I think she's going to get in the exotics. She finished 72% of the time in the money during her career, and she's won 27% of those races.
All right. And then, Tom, what do you think? You think that
Casual?
I tossed her, yeah. 32 lengths is a little bit much to make up. The Truth Hurts. Well, I think the Truth Hurts. I do like that bullet and go. So that tells me maybe Chad Summers and Joel Rosario are going to take Truth Hurts to the lead or try to pressure Gamine, which could work against Gamine. Maybe I doubt it, but if Gamine's win in the Ballerina was beaten by Truth Hurts, that would be a travesty. What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, no, it's a toss for me.
Tom,
I didn't. I saw her with the speed and up front, and but beyond that, I just don't see her.
No chance. Sconson, this is a horse I think has a good shot, a bullet workout, but training at Ellis Park, not at Saratoga. I would have liked to seen that. Gregory Foley, flying the horse up from Kentucky, was the favorite last time out at Ellis and couldn't beat a $110,000 non-graded field. Any chance that it can turn it around in its first race off kind of a short, couple month layoff, Tom?
Yeah, but remember who it lost to. Bell's the One.
Mm-hmm.
Also a grade 1 winner, and also won at Saratoga next out. So that's my top choice.
All right. Tom likes Wisconsin.
She's within a length and a half of Gamine at Churchill. So she ran a damn good race, and she's run other good races. And but Bell's the One isn't not a shabby horse either. So I just think it faced better than Gamine has faced.
Maybe. How about, well, it's faced Gamine a couple times.
No, I'm talking about recent. Because one of the things is with my charts, my speed fix charts, is that Gamine peaked for Keeneland during the Breeders' Cup, and since then has gone down on her speed figs. So
dropping.
Yeah, that bothers me. And Wisconsin, on the other hand, is on my chart is sitting at second behind Cece. So
all right.
That's why I put it in, and that and the field it's been running against. The overnight had 2 grade 1 winners, so that's not an overnight. That's a good race.
How about you, Terry? Can Wisconsin take out Gamine?
No, I don't think so, but maybe give some trouble. She did have a sharp workout on August 21st. 47 breezing was the best out of 62, and she does have that Irad Ortiz, who's really been doing well in the last 7 days.
Then you have Estilo Talentoso, my favorite name next to Hurricane Lane. This horse with Jose Ortiz, surprisingly not done well at this distance, was a favorite last time and lost. Has hit the board in 8 of 8, though, at 7 furlongs, which is kind of a quirky distance. Tom, has this horse got a shot to be in the money?
Yes, I think it does. It's very consistent horse and has run against good all time. Not dodged any good. It's been against good company. They ship it around. It seems to handle the shipping without any problem. And I couldn't leave it off the board.
Okay, how about you, Terry?
Yeah, it's my 4th pick. The only problem is it loves to be in a bridesmaid, runs second a lot. So
yeah, it does like that second or third. It seems and it's never finished out of the money though in 15 races. So I'm impressed with that as well. 7 CC. For some reason, CC it ranks out really high for me. But then when I look at the early pace and late pace numbers, it's one of the slowest out of the gates in this field, and one of the has some of the smallest late pace figures. Did run a bullet at Del Mar and flew all the way across the country for this. Is the second favorite, the only other horse on the board that's under 10-1 odds. Tom, should this horse maybe be above 10-1?
No, this is a good horse. And the thing with this horse that is that they keep changing distance with this horse. I don't think they can figure out whether is she a sprinter, is she a 1 1/8 horse. I mean, that's the thing that really bothers me with her. But I mean, she's run some darn good races, and I was impressed with her races at Oaklawn. I did take her. I didn't put her in, but as Terry likes to say, my 4th choice.
All right, and then Terry, what's your thought on CC?
Yeah, I like her. She's my 2nd choice. She has the highest last speed rating. The trainer wins 25% of the time when he ships in. She won a race. Last race she won was at Gulfstreams, and it was a grade 2 dirt, 7 furlongs. And then she has a good workout at Del Mar, a 59 flat, best of 73 workouts.
All right, Tom, your order.
5, 1, 6.
Terry.
I like, of course, the 1, 7, 3, 6.
1, 7, 3, 6. Tom, you got to give me a 4th one because we have the ice cold super challenge here.
Oh, that's
I'm
right.
going 1, 6, 7, 5.
7, yeah.
7. All right. So we'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck. And good luck with your bets. And may we see the 1 or the 5 in the winner's circle. Well, the one horse made easy work of that. Sorry, Terry. The two horse
Right.
messed up everybody's ice cold superfecta challenge. But I thought maybe the two might actually get her when they were coming down the stretch a little bit there, Lake Avenue.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel like maybe it was a little chance there?
Yeah, until the jockey got coming to change the lead.
Change leads.
So that's what the difference was. But I want to point out that I said that she'd be 1-5, and that's what she was.
She was 1-5. I think a lot of people picked 1-5. I think Tom, you were 1-9. Is that right?
No,
I
I was 1-5. I think I was 1-5.
You were 1-5 as well. I was 2-5. So there was an extra buck. I know you, Terry, how you are. You probably went and threw enough money on her to get her to go down to 1-5.
No, I singled her in the pick 6.
I think you probably weren't alone. I think you probably have 100. I think probably 100% of the tickets are still alive.
I think you're right about that. So I'm hoping
hopefully the other 4 you get right.
That's right. Well, other 5, because this is a pick 6.
Oh, pick 6. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Maybe you have a couple of other singles in there too, right? So there's maybe a couple of other horses in there that might be able to do a very similar thing like Latruska, get to the front, stay to the front, and not give it up.
Yep.
All right. So looking at the contest now, Sylvia and Julie T. So a couple of ladies on top of the contest with Tom Quint, Dave O'Brien, Mark Diesel, James White. I wonder, Jamel White. I can't read. Those 6 are all tied with 31 points. And then Richard, not this one, unfortunately. Joe Pardo and Roger Marston are at 28 points. And then you got a few, Dennis Kavanaugh, Vincent Mazzotta, and Nick W.A. at 27 to round out your top 10. Gary Fitzpatrick just on the outside, with a few other people too. So still a lot of races to go. If you're behind, time to start pulling out the upset cards. Maybe Terry, Tom, and I might have a few upsets for you for the rest of the way. We'll see if we have any for race number 8 and 12 minutes to post. We'll see you then.
Okay, bye.
Moving right along to race number 8, the Forego Stakes. So yet another Grade 1 race for $600,000. Back again, back-to-back races for the first time today at the same distance, 7 furlongs. We talked about last time, you want to be fast, preferably outside, unless, of course, your name is Gamine, in which case you can be fast from the inside, although the Post did win 6 of 30 races going into that spot. So a 7th out of 31, considering the horse, doesn't surprise me at all. Let's take a look at what the pace might look like this time around. And we have Yapan, the 7 horse, might be the pace setter with Lexingtonian, upset winner last time out. Mischievous Alex could be on the rail and show speed, a little bit like what we saw from Gamine, maybe. And then on the way home, Chance It, Forenzy Fire, and Doubly Blessed Whitmore, those 4 should be coming the hardest when they're coming down the stretch. Let's take a look. You guys don't see anything there you disagree with, or do you?
No.
No. All right. Just wanted to make sure I got something right. Let's take a look at the field. Again, 7 furlongs. First up is Mischievous Alex. Last time out, disappointed as a heavy favorite to Lexingtonian. Poor race. First time off a layoff. Maybe give it the first time off a layoff blues, or do you feel like that's who the horse is right now and that's what we're going to see again, Tom?
I put it on top.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess that's not what Tom thinks.
I tossed the last race. It needed a race, obviously, and the numbers suggest that it should improve. It has in the past. I don't see why it wouldn't here. Joseph Saffy's got 2 horses in this race, and I actually like both of them.
Terry, do you like this Joseph Saffy horse, or do you like a different one?
He's my 4th pick, as Tom was teasing about. Mm-hmm. This is a wide open race, actually, and the rail posts have been winning 21% clip. The trainer wins 31% of the times when bringing a beaten favorite back. This horse has the highest speed figure at today's distance, and the best dirt speed is the fastest among the today's starters.
Well, he does have the top pedigree for the distance and surface. And the horse has broken from the rail a couple of times, and he's won 2 out of 3. The last time he broke from the rail, he was the second post. So the race before that, he broke from the rail and didn't perform well. So it's pretty much all or nothing with Mischievous Alex, especially at the distance. Top pedigree score, as I mentioned. Number 2, Whitmore, the old man in the field representing us. Can Whitmore find a way to get home and make us old fogies proud? Terry?
Yeah, he's an old sprinter, and he's still tough and can win this race. He's my first pick. Some of that's sentimental because I really love this horse. He's finished 78% of the time in the money during his career, winning 36% of those races.
Tom, is sentimental going to get Terry a winner?
No.
I didn't think so either.
I don't think 7 furlongs is his distance. He's done okay, but he's also run some stinkers. The Forego was one of them last year. I couldn't play him. I mean, I put him in to finish the money because he's good at doing that. But as a win, no, I can't do it.
I don't have him as a winner either. Although you can't argue with the old man. You hope it does well. Want him to represent. Lexingtonian last time came off the bench, shocked everybody at 34-1 to win the Vanderbilt. I don't know that he can do it again because looking at his record, when he comes off the bench and does pretty well the first time out, kind of shocking people. Next time out, backs up a little bit. You think he's going to back up here, Terry, or do you think he's going to build on his last race?
No, I think he's going to back up. I think he's going to, recede from what he did. I think that was just kind of a, one-time thing. So.
I do have to say his second race speed figures and 2 race cycles tend to go up, which would be interesting because did run the top speed figure. Tom, do you think that the Lexingtonian can make it 2 W's in a row?
No, I don't. It's only 1 on 7 furlongs in an allowance race, and I just think that it's going to be competitive through the race. I don't know if it can finish.
Mm-hmm. Mind control. I saw the folks on TV again loving some mind control, and then I look, and outside of beating Forenzy Fire last time out, struggled to beat the other horses in this field in many matchups. So Can Mind Control, Tom, come off the bench with average workouts and convert that into the third win in 5 races at Saratoga?
No.
I like Tom's simple no. One word answers. He's the
Well,
he's the Bill Belichick of horse racing analysis.
Yeah, I think that this horse is good, but not this type feel good. And I think, you know, I like the 7 furlongs for it. That makes sense. But I just don't see it putting in a good effort here. I think it may need a race or 2 before it gets back to where it could be competitive. You know, there's obviously some races at Keeneland they're going to be targeting with this horse, and I think that's maybe more for the fall than it is for now.
Terry?
Well, I actually like this horse as my second pick because he likes the distance down the track. He's very versatile. He can run either from mid-pack or on top, and he's finished 69% of the time in the money during his career. He's won 38% of those races.
Doubly Blessed last time out. Man, this horse has put together 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the last 7 races for Doubly Blessed have what I've been called high quality races. Workouts haven't been as quality as the efforts have been. It is a little bit wet out there, so I don't know. They haven't changed the track rating as of right now, but it has been raining. And if you look at Doubly Blessed, it's been on an off track 3 times, won 3 times. You think there's been enough rain here, Tom, for that to be to Doubly Blessed's liking?
No, Doubly Blessed is really stepping up in class here,
Mm-hmm.
and it's been racing at longer races. I don't know if the distance switch does it any favors. And against this field, it's got to be top of his game. And it's been consistently running very well in allowance company. But again, we're going at distances. I mean, they've run it as in a mile and 3/8. I mean, that's not 7 furlongs.
Mm-hmm. That's true. And then for you, Terry, do you think Doubly Blessed can extend its streak of high quality starts?
No, he has won 4 out of 6, but I think he's way over his head in the class. In this class of horses, so
could well be. I think maybe that off track might be something to think about. Chance It is another one that's run well on an off track, 2 for 2. Half of its wins coming from Gulfstream Park, last running on my brother's birthday, July 3rd. Workouts at Saratoga. The last one was The one before that was the 2 before that were actually spot on. Is Tyler Gaffleone going to steal this race near the front with the 6th horse? Tom?
I think it's got a great chance. That was my second choice in here. I like the other. Yeah, this is another Saffie Joseph. It's, you know, it had 2 races last year. It has 2 races this year. It did a decent job in the Smile down in at Gulfstream. The distance is a little bit of a question mark, but I don't think it's that. I still think it's the work with the works, a good race, and well, actually 2 good races, last 2, and it's not overly been running. They've obviously had some problems with this horse, but I think they think they got a good spot for it.
Terry?
Yeah, he's my third pick. He's ran 8. He's finished 8 out of 9 races in the money in his career, and he ran second in his last race, which was a grade 3 race. So yeah, I like him. He's
Yapon. I'm sorry. Yapon. Go ahead, Terry. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just saying he won 4 out of 9. So.
Yapon made that trip successfully back from the United Arab Emirates. A lot of horses don't do that. Ran one of the best speed figures last time out. Figures to be on the lead. Is this the horse to catch, Tom?
Most likely, but it also did that speed figure at Pimlico against what? Not sure. It's thrown 2 clinkers. And the biggest clinker was probably in my mind was the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
That's the favorite.
And it's never run this distance. So I threw it out. I just don't see it doing anything.
Terry, did you throw him out?
Yes, I did. I don't see him doing anything either. He has won 5 out of 7 career races, but I don't think he's going to even get in the money in this race.
All right. Firenze Fire is the last of the horses in the field. Did you think, Tom, he's got a chance to be first?
No, he hates the Saratoga. He's never done well at Saratoga, and
He's like the guy
I
in
would
the
never
Nacho
play him
Libre.
at Saratoga.
How about you, Tom? Terry?
Yeah, no, I don't like him either in here. He's won 40% of his career starts, but I think he's kind of on the downward trend right now.
All right. So I think he'll be all right. Tom, how do you rank him?
1-6-2.
1-6-2. You got a fourth?
No, I didn't.
While he figures it out, Terry, what's yours?
Okay, I like the 2-4-6-1.
2-4-6-1. Tom, you got a fourth?
Yeah, I'll put 3 in there.
It's 1-6-2-3. I'm going to go 7, the one you guys tossed out. 7, 4, 2, and 1. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your bets. Good luck in the contest. Hope all of us can catch back up to those who are ahead of us. See you when it's official.
Okay.
I feel like I feel like that if Frenzy Fire doesn't go all Mike Tyson on on the Yupai, that he probably wins that race.
It may probably, and I've never in all my years have ever seen that happen. He actually
One time.
Oh, you did?
Yep, at Aqueduct.
You actually got a hold of the bridle. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, I've seen it once, and they said that's just the competitive spirit in the horses.
I guess, but I'm very happy that Forensic Fire did that because I used 5 horses in my pick 6, and that was not one of them. 7 was one of them. So,
so maybe your lucky day, because
it could be
that 7 horse. I think the 8 would have gone by him if, like I said, he doesn't try to go Mike Tyson chew off his ear while he's going down the to the finish line. That's an incredible job of riding by Jose there, because to get that horse to get back, I mean, out of its instinct is pretty amazing, I think.
Yeah.
Well, and both riders. I mean, Ricardo Santana had to react to all that nonsense that was going on too.
Mm-hmm. Just whack him with the other horse. Get away from me.
Yeah.
Work with the jockey with him.
I'm disappointed though in Whitmore. I think Whitmore's career is coming to an end here. He's getting pretty long.
I think so too. I think Mischievous Alex is going to be in the allowance company before long, or the non-graded stakes. He does not look very good at all. All right, so that'll take us off to the next race. Race number 9, I think, is the next one up, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Another 7 furlong race with Jackie's Warrior, another horse that's probably going to bust out of the gate pretty fast. Speed, wire to wire to wire, maybe 3 straight 7 furlong races in a row, or maybe somebody will finally come from behind and not try to chew the other horse's ear off and find their way to the winner's circle. We'll find out what we think. 12 minutes to post. We'll all see you then.
Okay, see ya.
Looks like for the moment, Tom is taking a little bit of a break. He's going to go out there looking for a winner, Terry. That's what Tom is doing right now, right?
Okay. I guess Whitmer came up a little bit sore or hurt, and they had to van him off, but at least he went into the trailer on his own, and they say it shouldn't be something that's real threatening.
No.
You know, I wish they would. I wish they would take that horse and rest it more and give it some time off.
Mm-hmm. So can you mute that, Terry?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. The looking at race number 9, the Alan Jerkens Memorial Stakes is another 7 furlong race. We've talked a little about 7 furlongs. Again, speed. We saw the last 2 races at 7 furlongs. The horse is going wire to wire with a little bit of help from another horse trying to chew off another horse's ear. Hopefully, we don't see any of that here. Speed, it looks like, is going to belong to Jackie's Warrior. The 2 horse does have a pretty good speed advantage over every other horse in the field, at least in terms of what I see in the pace figures. Drain the Clock is right not right behind, but a little bit of a disadvantage. New Bomb, Life is Good, Following C should be packed up together. One of those horses will be third, and then Judge and Jury will be dead last. On the way home, Life is Good has a pretty good advantage over New Bomb as the horse with some strong late legs. Looks like Tom's about ready to join us. And then we have Drain the Clock, Following C, and Jackie's Warrior has, Tom, good to see you again, have Jackie's Warrior's got a little bit of a problem getting home late. You see anything wrong with the way these horses lined up for speed and coming home, guys?
No, I don't.
Tom?
Nope.
No, not at all. You agree with that one? All right, fantastic. That's how I think it's going to go. We'll see if Jackie's Warrior can get out to the lead and make it 3 for 3 at the distance. Drain the Clock is on the rail, which went at 21%. Didn't work for Mischievous Alex. Second start off a layoff. History says, well, last time it made a second start off a layoff and broke the iron and lost the rider. But outside of that, Drain the Clock has pretty much put in good efforts, except last time when he got smoked by Jackie's Warrior. Any chance that he can close the gap, Terry?
Yeah, I think he's going to turn the tables this time. And, he mirrors Jackie Warrior, except for the class of the races they've been in. And they both have about the same kind of, what they've done in their career. So, and as you said, the post position has won 21% of the time. He's got jockey Irad Ortiz. And other than that, yeah, I think he's going to turn the tables this time.
And how about you, Thomas?
No.
I like Tom. Simple answers. Yeah, I think that he's. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I like the work in the mud. He ran a good race, but this is a different field. And then Jackie's Warriors faced and Drain the Clock, frankly, than the last race. And I think that's a big difference.
I agree with you. I think, but this does have some of the fastest fractions out of the gate. It has run fractions as fast as Jackie's Warrior. So maybe we'll keep Jackie's Warrior company up front. Jackie's Warrior was one of the few horses last race that ran a figure that's over par for this group. Jackie's Warrior is going to get to the lead. Tom, do you think it can stay there and win this race like the last 2 have at the distance?
Well, if he can run like the last horse just ran, not getting bit, he's got a good chance. It's not my top choice. It's a good horse. I think he's a 1-turn horse, and this is the types of races that he should win. But again, this is a different field than when he's faced.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Terry?
Yeah, he's my second choice, and he's won 67% of the races in his career, 6 out of 9. And he's finished in the money 88% of the time. So I think he's going to be right there. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to box the 1-2 and exacta.
Well, I feel like he's going to get out of the gate in a hurry. No question about that. That's what he's known for. The question is, will he be pressed enough by somebody else? New Bomb, surprisingly, with a couple of others, has some of the best pedigree for the distance and surface, and should be one that does make up some ground late. Shouldn't be all that far off the pace. And at 30-1 morning line odds, maybe a little bit of an opportunity for a horse to fatten some exactas and trifectas, Tom?
Possibly. These are these late developers. I mean, he raced last year twice and got a second and third, and then they brought him back at Monmouth to win, and and then his last two allowance races, both at Saratoga, one was the other one was a much better race. Of course, he won, but I don't know if 7 furlongs is his best distance. I think that he may like the 6 better.
All right. What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, I think he won his last race, but I think he's outclassed it here.
Yeah, well, maybe it does. Like I said, have some top pedigree. Does know where the winner's circle is, winning 2 out of 5. Following C is actually running for a smaller purse this time out. Ran for more than $8 million in the Haskell, and then really kind of got off to a good start. Then ran kind of green, and then probably with all that accident that happened in front of him, might be why he ended up 18 lengths behind everybody else. Hot Rod Charlie and Mandolin, with Hot Rod Charlie being DQ'd. Third time off a layoff. Maybe a little bit better this time around than it was last time, and hopefully nothing like it saw in front of it in the previous race, Tom.
Well, I would hope not. But I also don't think it's a distance horse. I think it's a sprinter, and it's bred to be a sprinter. And that's where I would look at it for. I did use the horse.
You did or did not?
I did, yes.
And how about you, Terry?
Yeah, I didn't use the horse. Does have a sharp workout August 21st, 48.2 breezing. And I think should improve while returning to a less of a distance.
Shortening up a little bit should be a benefit.
Yes.
It does have some good pedigree for the distance and surface. Even though you see a bunch of 1s on the past performance lines, they're not really as fast as a bunch of the other ones. So it'll be interesting to see how Following C likes to be behind, because it's not something that Following C is used to. Judge and Jury should be a horse that probably has a little bit of, maybe a little bit of late pace to get into this one. He has been able to rate, has been able to go up front. Last 2 races were big. Luis Saez last time out, an allowance 90,000, 8.5 length win and an 8-horse field. First time, it's done nothing but run at Saratoga. First time off a layoff and should improve in the second. Any chance Judge and Jury shocks this field and takes the W?
Well, he's my fourth.
Go ahead, Terry.
I was going to say he's my 4th pick. He has a hot trainer, Danny Gagnon. In the last 14 days has had, out of 5 starts, 2 wins, a second and a third. And he has Luis Saez in the saddle and a good breezing workout of 48.2 for 4 furlongs, 11th out of 160. And he won his last race easily.
How about you, Thomas?
I have him for second.
You have him for second?
Yes, I do. I think coming off the bench and running that kind of a race was very impressive. And I also think this distance suits perfectly for this horse. And on my speed chart, it gets the best rating.
Oh, well, that's good. Hopefully, for those who back Judge and Jury, that Tom's speed charts prove to be accurate. Life is Good, making a return. Was one of the Derby favorites until it got injured. Now is back for Todd Pletcher. First time with Pletcher's a 25% winner. He does a good job when he gets some time off, wins at 27%. Horses that off for more than 90 days. Has some of the best pedigree, and when it left the track, it did run a speed figure that would be above par for this level. This horse has never seen odds above 1 to 2. I think he's the favorite right now. Is he going to get back to his winning ways, Terry?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to win, but he could be the one that comes and beats those top 2 races. He's been working well for his return to the races, and he's undefeated in 3 career starts, which he won easily.
How about for you, Tom? You think Life is Good gets back on the winning ways?
He's my top choice. I think I don't think he's going to get back to his winning ways. He's never lost.
Well, going to continue, but a little time off. You know what I'm saying?
Time off would be more accurate. Yes.
So,
yes, I do. Based on the works and based on its numbers, I really think it's the best horse in this field.
Mhm. So how do you rank them, Terry?
Okay, I like the 1, 2, 6, and 5.
And you, Thomas?
6-5-2-4.
6-5-2-4. Rich is going 6-2-5 and 1. We of course will find out how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your tickets, and hopefully we see the 6, Terry, in the winner's circle.
All right.
have to say that was a pretty interesting race because I think surprisingly, Life is Good ran a green race right there, kind of down the stretch. Don't you think? Yeah. Almost like it was his first time start ever.
Yeah, but he'd been off for a while.
He's been away, and he needed that race, obviously. But he was coming back at the end, so a lot of competitive spirit there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to say, okay, so this race, it doesn't go the way I expect. He gets to the lead, Life is Good, gets a nice lead, and then gives it up. And I think, well, that's not Jackie's Warriors doesn't usually come back. And then he starts to pull again. I'm like, you're kidding me? He's going to come back and win this race? But I think next time out, Life is Good will, I think, probably run away from the pack because that tune-up race in that caliber of a race was even still a very good race considering he ran green down the stretch.
Yeah, I loved the race. It was a lot of fun to watch. And you notice that Mike didn't use the crop only once that I saw. So.
Yeah. And he showed it a couple times, but he didn't use it.
Maybe he should have.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, possibly. But on the other hand, if he didn't think he was going to get to the winner,
it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. And save him for another day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think next time out, easy winner. That was a green race. He'll be much sharper next time around. So now we're going to get into the bulk of the last three pretty big ones as well. The next two are Breeders' Cup qualifier, win in your ins. There's a couple of stories there's one over at Horse Racing Radar where I did the profile of a winner for the next three races along with Tom iCarly in a video at YouTube. You can check that out. You can also check out the Players Edge podcast where Tom, Terry, myself, and Sean, we went over the next three races as well, picking our winners. So we'll probably repeat a little bit about what we had to say last time coming up in a few minutes. We'll see you 12 minutes to post for race number 10, right?
Yep.
I keep losing track of what race we're on just because my head's down. Doing work all the time.
With 13 races, it's not hard to do.
No, not at all. See you 12 minutes to post. I'm sorry. Tom adds 2 minutes. 12 minutes to post to race number.
I'll try not to add
10
minutes. I'll keep it to 1.
Well, 2 minutes is pretty good. Terry and I take 10. So you coming in only makes it 12. That's perfect. Yeah, see you then.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Well, it looks like we lost Tom. Terry?
What happened?
Oh, no idea. Maybe he had somewhere to go or just needed to race off, collect his breath. That's why he's out looking for a winner. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
That's race number 10 is the personal Ensign Stakes. It's 1.125 miles on the main track. They haven't run very many at 1.125 miles on the main track. It's they haven't run any this year, I don't think. I looked it up. I have every single race recorded so I can go back and create these profiles of a winner. Many of them have held true so far today, so kind of happy about that. But I did write it up looking back at the last 10 of the personal Ensign Stakes winners. The winner of this race is going to go off to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. And the horse players, folks like you and I, are pretty close usually in picking the winner, Terry. The Chalk won 4 of the last 10 and was the runner-up 5 times. So 9 out of 10 times the Chalk horse, the post-time favorite, either ran first or second. So make sure you wheel. Terry, this sounds like a perfect bet for you. All favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good, don't it?
Well, yeah, you like that. Hopefully you hit the shot here. It's been a series of shorter fields with 9 of the last 10 gating 6 or less. The inside 3 posts have won the most, winning 7 of the 10, the rail scoring twice, 2 getting 3 championships, and the 3 scoring a pair as well. And finally, it looks like the pace is a little bit close to the front as the winning approach of 7 out of the last 10 were in the first 3 at the quarter pole, but not surprising considering most of the fields, as I mentioned before, were on the thin side. So in this spot, Terry, you have another big favorite in Latruska. A lot of folks that I see are backing Swiss Skydiver as well. Let's take a look at how the pace might actually play out. There's no question. I think Latruska is going to be on front. Some don't think Harvey's Little Goy will be there. Swiss Skydiver, I think, has to be careful not to try to keep up because that kind of cost her the last time she squared up with Latruska. On the way home, Royal Flag has the best late kick, and Latruska surprisingly has a pretty good late run as well. It tells me it's a very competitive horse down the lane. You see anything there you disagree with, Terry?
No, it looks about right to me.
A lot of folks think that as time goes by, Two is going to press for the lead, just to kind of push Latruska a little bit. We'll see. That's maybe the only chance for as time goes by to find its way into the winner's circle. Let's run down the field real quick, Terry, see what we like. As I mentioned, the first horse in the field is number 1, Dunbar Road. Do you see anything with Dunbar Road that you like, Terry?
Yeah, the only thing I like about it is a couple of things. Chad Brown trains, and it's got the highest speed figure at today's distance, although I did not use it in my top 4.
Second time off a layoff usually is an improvement for the horse, so maybe you see that improvement today. The horse does know how to win. It's found the tape 6 out of 13 times. That's a high number. Finished in the money 10 out of 13, another high number, and 8 of 11 on a fast track. Maybe a little wet. Distance might be a little bit of an issue for this horse. The two horse as time goes by. Bob Baffert, Mike Smith, maybe he'll use the whip here to get this one out a little bit faster, Terry.
You never know. Stumbled in her last race back since she was off for 2.5 months. But she finished, and she's finished 87% of the time in the money this year, winning 50% of those races.
For sure. And a couple nice workouts at Delmar coming into this spot. I would like to see one here before coming in. We'll see what Bob Baffert can do. Does have a high win rate, as you mentioned. Mike Smith hasn't been as strong. Bob finally captured a win with Gamine earlier in the day, so maybe he can get a second. Bonnie South, a big disappointment in the Delaware Handicap. Got beat by Miss Marissa, was the 1-2 favorite. Went back to the bench, and since then has put in a couple nice workouts. Perhaps Brad Cox can find a way to get Bonnie South back into the winner's circle. Beaten favorite, 34% winner for Mr. Cox.
Yeah, she's won 7, finished in the money 72% of the time, and won 36% of those races during her career.
It's a solid horse for sure. Swiss Skydiver had a great year last year, made a really strong run in the Preakness, beat Authentic, then really struggled against Menominee Girl and a couple of others in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, came back in the Beholder Mile, won that, beat as time goes by handily, then started facing up against Latruska, Menominee Girl again, tried to keep pace, faded, came back in the Whitney after some barn issues, was quarantined, just Nick's go, Maxfield. too strong of a field to contend with. Maybe she gets back that bullet workout or close to a bullet workout. Tells me maybe Swiss Skydiver snaps back.
Yeah, maybe. She has the best dirt speed among today's starters and had that sharp workout, as you said, where she was second best out of 40 workouts.
Mm-hmm. Royal Flag is another one that knows where the tape is. Horse has never, ever, 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 ever missed the board in 10 starts, including 2 at Saratoga, a win and a second, including 3 at the distance, 2 wins and a second. On the fast track, 9 out of 9. Horse has never, only one time, too. 9 out of those 10 races are super high quality starts. Royal Flag and Joel Rosario coming home late. I kind of like that combination. Do you like that combination?
I love it. That's my first pick. She won her first race after a 3-month layoff at Saratoga at today's distance. And as you said, she has a great combination trainer and jockey. So never finished out of the money, like you said, in her race. And she's won 50% of the races she's ran in.
Mm-hmm. She's run well. Miss Marissa, as I mentioned. Next up is Latruska. Latruska should get to the lead. Has the fastest fractions out of any of these horses in its career. Does like to win 15 of 20. I'd say that's winner. Only 1 or 2 at Saratoga, however. So maybe not her favorite track, but certainly running better now than when she ran at Saratoga the last time. Last race won by 5 3/4 against a grade 2 field. Is she going to get to the lead like that bullet workout says and stay in the lead as many horses have done today, Terry?
Well, I think she's going to get there, but I think she's going to get past and run second. She's my second choice. She does have 2 bullet workouts in a row in preparation for this race. And Irad Ortiz has been in the irons in her last 4 wins.
Mm-hmm. Miss Marissa, as I said, pulled off the upset in the Delaware Handicap, got to the lead, ran the top speed figure for any horse in this field. In fact, that number she put up was better than you need. Daniel Centeno comes from Delaware Park to ride Miss Marissa. He was on the horse in that upset win. That number was greater than you need at this level. Can Miss Marissa put back-to-back shocks into the horse racing world? Find her way in the Breeders' Cup?
I don't think she can, but she did have the highest last speed rating, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think maybe. Number 8, Harvey's Little Goyle. A lot of folks think that the move to dirt might not be the best move here. It doesn't show the same sort of speed on dirt as Harvey's Little Goyle has done on turf. I still think she'll be part of the early pace. And this is her fourth start off a layoff. Last time she ran a 4-race cycle, the 4th race was the best of the 4 and the bullet and go angle, Terry, with a bullet workout at Saratoga, but on the training track.
Yeah, she has.
My power almost went out.
She has Jockey Lewis Saez in the saddle and William Mont trains. So she has a good combination. Good combination
there, yeah. Surprised I didn't lose my internet connection. Finally, Graceful Princess is a horse that's making its 3rd start off a layoff. I think Tom liked this one when we were talking about it on the Players Edge podcast. Does have a really good pedigree rating for the distance and surface, a nice workout. Feel like this horse can maybe be one of the surprise, though I do like that Monmouth angle too. No whip, coming back to get a little bit of encouragement this time around.
Yeah, she did win her last race, but I think she's a little overmatched here. And she does have a good trainer-jockey combination that in the last 14 days at 9 mounts, they've had 3 winners.
So Tom went out to look for a winner. He found a winner, I think. Tom? There's Thomas. How are you? Did your power almost go out too? Mine almost did.
No, I had a computer something locked up, and so I had to
exit out and exit in. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. But
all right, Tom. So you get to do the easy work. How do you rank them?
Easy work. The easy work. I have 9, 3, 4, 6.
9, 3, 4, 6. I knew I remembered you liked the Princess horse. How about you, Terry?
Yeah, I have 5, 6, 2, 3.
5, 6, 2, 3. And Rich has 6, the 5, the 1, and the 4. I'm going for some shots in the back start of this. Hopefully, the 6 horse or the 5 horse or the 9 horse, we have a third of them. One of them will find his way in the winner's circle. Hopefully, your ticket finds its way into the winner's circle and that they're all winners. We'll see you when it goes official.
See you then.
unless computer crashes and the power goes out.
Then you'll see something.
Well, we got another exciting finish right there. I thought when the way Dunbar Road was pulling up on the outside there that he was going to run by everybody at the end there, but he just kind of flattened out a little bit. And then that your Bonnie South kind of squeezed in there, Tom and Terry. Terry actually in his 4 picks had the trifecta, but it could have been it could have really been a lot of different ways. I do feel like Swiss Skydiver made a mistake trying to keep up with Latruska. Those fractions were just blazing fast. I thought that Latruska was actually going to lose because they were so fast early on. You guys think the same thing?
I did, and I'll tell you, I thought my horse, the 5 Royal Flag, was going to maybe win that race, and it seemed like between the 5 and the 3 there was some jostling around a little bit there with the 3 coming through.
I think there was a jostling between all 3 of them because the one's momentum just when it pulled up next to those 2, it just stopped.
It did.
Yeah,
they all kind of stopped moving forward. So
yeah,
because that horse was coming.
Yeah, the one just didn't finish. I mean, with 100 yards out, or 200 yards out, I mean, it just didn't have that closing kick to complete it. Maybe a mile and 1/8 is too far. I don't know.
Yeah, but he did make a strong run. I thought he's going to have a really good shot to win this race. When he started to make that move on the outside, he was coming a lot faster than everybody else. And as soon as he pulled up next to those other horses, this is where I want to be. I don't want to be in front of that one. I want to be with these over here. Maybe there's some good smelling ears out there today. Who knows? Yeah. So we got a couple of races left, 3 races left. Another big one. It's a 1.5 miles. The next one out. I think that one's the Sword Dancer Stakes. We'll take a look at that. That should be a fun race too, because there's a lot of, in terms of these big stakes races that we've seen today, there's not a Gamine in here. There's not a Latruska in here. There's not a Jackie's Warrior or a Life is Good in here. It's a wide open race where I feel like you're going to get an opportunity to cash a nice ticket if you could pick the right horse.
Yeah.
Probably the most wide open of all of the big stakes races today. Would you guys say?
I would say so. Yeah.
How are you doing on your pick 6, by the way, Terry?
I'm actually fine through the 4 legs. I was hoping that the 5 would win that last race because even though I'm fine through the 4 legs, they're mostly short prices. So I have 2 horses in the next race and then 1 single in the last leg. So.
Well, you got essential quality in the last one. We know that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see you 12 minutes to post for the Sword Dancer Stakes. We'll walk through a history of that race and what it looks like to be a winner. And then we'll go ahead and show the pace setup again. And then we'll make we'll do some analysis and make our picks. We'll see you 12 minutes to post to the Sword Dancer Stakes.
See you then.
As we mentioned before we headed off for a little bit of a break there to do a little bit of more work, finalizing all the T's and I's and all that kind of good stuff. It's the Sword Dancer Stakes, 1.5 miles on the inner turf course. Needless to say, they don't run very many like that at the current meet. So we had to take a look back at the last 10 Sword Dancer Stakes to get an idea of perhaps how you might want your horse to run, at least the one that you've picked, to see if maybe it has a chance to win. So in the last 10 Sword Dancer Stakes, and by the way, the Sword Dancer winner will be in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Odds are if the favorite doesn't win, it's going to finish out of the money. The Public's Choice has won 5 of the last 10. There's a second in there, but in the non-winning events, 4 out of the 5 times, it did not make the board. 7 of the last 10 Sword Dancer winners were closers. They were at least 5th at the quarter pole, with all fields being at least 7 deep. And then finally, the post position doesn't seem to matter as the winners came from inside, middle, outside. They can score from anywhere on the track. It's not surprising considering they have 1.5 miles to figure out where they want to go. I would suspect that track position is probably the most important thing in this respect. What do you guys think? You think that's about right? Track position?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I really
Yeah,
Let's take a look at.
And it's 3 turns, so always got to keep that in mind.
Yes, it is. That makes a big difference. And then this is how I think they might. Moretti's kind of a 50-50 on that because a lot of that's not on the turf. But as far as pace is concerned, it looks like Moretti and Channel Maker might be up on the front with Tribhuvan, although a lot of folks feel like the Tribhuvan is going to get the lead by itself. I think there's going to be plenty of company at the front because a couple of horses, I think they probably realize that's their best way to the winning circle. From the notes, Japan is a foreign invader. It seems like Japan likes to rate right behind the leaders, so this would put it mid-pack. On the way home, Cross Border has some of the best late pace figures. Surprisingly, Tribhuvan is as strong. And Gufo is one that's always coming like a truck at the end of the race. So let's take a look at these horses, guys, and figure out which ones we like, which ones we want to bet, and a little bit of our thoughts on every single one. Starting off with the first horse is number 1, Tribhuvan. As I mentioned, the horse is probably going to be near the front. Terry, what do you think about that horse?
Well, he's won 3 out of the last 4 races. He'll be trying to lead all the way. He's done so at 1 mile 3/8. His trainer's Chad Brown, whose mounts have won 23% of the races they have been entered in this year. And jockey Flavian Pratt has won 38% of the races he's completed in Saratoga.
I wasn't sure if that was me or you that went out. Terry, Tom, how about you?
Yeah, he'd definitely be the front runner. I don't really see anybody else. There may be some competition close, but not with him. The biggest negative I had, and he was one of my selections, but the biggest negative I had was on my speed ratings. His last performance actually was a pretty much a drop off.
Huge drop off.
Yeah, huge drop off. So
could be the Monmouth thing too because of the lack of
weight. Well, but he still won fairly easily at Monmouth, and that's why the number kind of concerns me. And frankly, also the field. None of those horses have gone on and won that finished behind him. So I don't know. I don't think the United Nations race was that strong.
What do you think about Gufo, Tom? He'll be coming home strong.
Yeah, and I think I picked him on top. I think there's enough pace up front that it gives him something to aim at. And just the issue with him is going to be traffic again, and that's typical. So hopefully they'll swing him wide and get the money.
And Terry, what do you think about Gufo?
Besides a great name, I love the name.
Yeah, I'm in a mirror, Tom. I like him as my first pick. He's won his last race at 1.5 miles on the turf. He's never finished out of the money and has won 6 out of 11 races.
I think Gufo is a horse that knows where the winner circle is, likes those big checks, likes to pose for pictures. Gufo, I think, will be making a big charge late. The next horse on our roster is number 3, Rock Emperor. It's got the Irad Ortiz, Chad Brown combo. Win 27% of the time. The horse, I think, will be coming hard at the end as well. Perhaps it could be a part of the early pace. It's kind of versatile. Tom, do you think where do you think Rock Emperor is going to do? Try to come from the back or from the front?
I'm going to say the middle. Interestingly enough, in my speed ratings, it's rated second, and it definitely has got it just again, this is a kind of horse that needs just a good trip. It's going to be competitive. It's got the right rider. It's got the right trainer. Certainly the numbers match out that it can be very competitive, if not win. But it's one of those.
Yeah, I know where you're coming. I do like the bullet workout, the bullet and go, but that's on the training track, so I'm not quite sure why. A lot of trainers seem to like to train their horses over there. Channel Maker was last year's big winner and then ran away from this field by 5 3/4. Some of the same horses in here, at least one. Then decided to travel off to the Middle East. Good first race in Saudi Arabia. Kind of struggled in the United Arab Emirates. That big flight home seemed to take a lot out of this horse. And then when you look at the recent workouts, I know Bill Mott's not a big one that pushes horses hard, but I would like to see better than 146 out of 160, Terry.
Yeah, I agree with you that although it has the best turf speed among today's starters, but I really think he needs another race or so. I think it took a lot out of him on that Dubai trip.
What do you think, Tom?
I didn't even figure him.
I bounced him out of there.
Again, I don't know if he's the same horse.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Based on the works and based on some other things, it doesn't appear he is. So hopefully I'm wrong and he'll surprise me here, but I can't play him in good conscience.
Me either. Moretti, the 5-horse, the longest shot on the board. First time in the grass. Interesting spot to do that. Does have the highest last race speed figure, which was above par for this. 2 trips on an off dirt track with a win and a third. Suggests that he might take to turf. Do you think he's going to take the turf? Tom, you like looking at pedigree. What do you think the pedigree says about him on turf?
Nope.
All right. That's easy
to be
enough.
Perfectly honest with you. I mean, the sire, Magli de Oro, has produced many turf runners, certainly. But this is not the spot to try it. I think they could have found something else to put this horse in that would make more sense. The distances to me is not the issue. It's whether it's going to take to the turf. And there's nothing to suggest he's going to be able to do it.
All right. How about you, Terry? Do you think there's anything in what you're looked at that suggests he can do it?
No, and the thing that really is negative to me is he hasn't won a race since August of last year. So it's been over a year since he won a race.
Well, streaks are meant to be broken. Japan, horse coming in from Ireland and Britain, mostly Britain, and one run in France. They paid a whole lot for this one. 1.8 million. Has run well over a good track. Maybe a little bit of rain softening it up a little bit. I don't think Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore flew over here for nothing. And this is the only horse they have today. So they must expect something big, Tom.
I don't.
No, all right.
Well, this is like Channel Maker. I think his best races are behind him. He ran in 2 Group 3 races and won. Okay, this is not Group 3. I think there's better horses in here, and can I see him finishing 4th? Yeah, I can see that, but he just hasn't. I mean, his Epsom race was okay on the good to soft going. On a soft track at Ascot, he was nowhere to be found. And his last race was against absolutely nothing at Leopardstown. So I don't really think he's got much of a chance.
Terry, with your new love for international racing, does he have a chance?
I think he does. I'm scared of him. He's my 3rd pick because I didn't use him in my pick 6. I only used my top 2. He's finished 4 out of 5 races in the money at today's distance, and he has a win. And as you said, Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore, they're not going to come over here for just nothing. They have to feel like he has a pretty good chance.
All right, last horse. We got to make it quick because they're heading towards the post. Cross border, horse for the course, unquestionably a neck away from being undefeated in 7. Has 6 wins. If you get him off of the Saratoga track, He's got 4 wins in 28 races. Does he add to that win total, Tom?
I don't think he adds to it, but I think he's right. He's going to be in the money.
How about you, Terry?
He's my 4th pick. He's finished 100% of the time in the money this year and won 86% of those races.
All right, Terry, since he's your 4th pick, who is your 1st, 2nd, and 3rd?
No, okay. My first pick is number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then I like number 1, number 6, number 7.
And how about you, Tom?
I went 2, 7, 1, and 6.
2, 7, 1, and 6. We all like the same horses, just different order. I went 7, 6, 2, 1. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Good luck with your picks. Hope to see your horse in the winner's circle.
See ya.
See ya.
My TV.
Hey, Richard. Thanks for joining us. Richard from Venezuela. Gracias, senor. Hopefully, we have a few winners for you. Looks like Mr. Tom is missing, but he is another very, I think, fun finish in that race. Terry?
It was fun. And of course, the horse I liked won. And Japan, I knew Japan was going to be tough in there. So the only thing that's disappointing to me is that I've got through the first 5 legs of the pick 6, and I've got it to one horse, which is a sense of quality. Problem is, it's only going to pay $113, and I bet 180. So,
Wow. So, well, you better hope Essential Quality wins.
I better
113 better is than zero, my friend.
Than zero. Yeah.
It's not
Everything else
wouldn't be a total loss.
That's right. Everything else pays fairly decent. So I needed one of in the middle races. I needed one of those longer shots to win. So,
well, I think that last race we talked about it before, positioning. Gufo got the right position, and that made a big difference. It looks like Tom's about ready to join us. Gufo got in the right spot, was able to close it out, whereas the 7 horse, my horse, got into a little bit of traffic, got bumped around a little bit, and couldn't really had to kind of clear before it could really rev up the engine, and it made it a pretty difficult way for it home. But my top 3 picks combined for the trifecta, which is okay. I don't mind that because a lot of people box it that way. And well, we'll see what we have coming up in the Travers. Tom, what did you think of that last race?
Well, it was great race riding by Joel Rosario. He did what he hit that, made sure Japan couldn't get through as Ryan Moore was trying to get in that gap. And I think that was the difference in the race. The other part, of course, is he got the jump on him. Cross border just didn't have the best of trips.
If you had a little better trip, you might have been all right.
Yeah, and Channel Maker, I think we're right. The way we're looking at him right now, he's not this level anymore.
No, he's probably maybe even got to drop down in distance a little bit too. Maybe one turn and try to blast everybody to the finish line.
Yeah, that would probably help a lot because right now, running against this kind of company, I don't see the horse doing much.
Well, the next race is the marquee race of the day, the one that all the people paid admission for at Saratoga. That is the Travers, 1.25 miles on the main track. You're going to have a huge favorite in Essential Quality. So I know we're all going to pick, but I'm going to ask each one of you when we come back, if anybody beats Essential Quality, which one it could be and then why. But of course, we'll do our normal. We'll walk through the profile of a past Travers winners, what the pace might look like, and then, of course, analyze every horse, make our picks, and we'll see how it plays when it goes official. All right, guys, see you 12 minutes to post to the Travers.
All right, see you then.
the horse they want to see. Essential Quality, maybe the best 3-year-old in the land. Think that might be the case, Tom?
I don't know. That Life is Good could be interesting.
Life is but Life is Good needs. I mean, they're probably going to race in the Breeders' Cup, I'd imagine, right? They'll see each other there
In the Classic. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised at all either. They don't run very many at 1.25 miles. They run 3 so far at the current meet during the season. So basically, in those 3, none of them got to the lead. Meaningless. 2 left from the 4 post, 1 left from the 5 post. I mean, no, 2 were 4th at the quarter pole, 1 was 5th. As far as the post positions, 1 left from the 2, 1 left from the 4, 1 left from the 6. Really kind of meaningless. But what we can take a look at is the profile of a Travers Stakes winner. And that could be a tough day for Essential Quality. The post-time favorites won 3 of the last 10. One of those wins was actually a dead heat back in 2012 with Golden Ticket and Alpha. Tiz the Law won last year as the 50-cent favorite. And then you got to go all the way back to that dead heat to find another favorite that won. In the Travers, those horses that got either up to the front, as we mentioned, or close to the pace do have the best trip, so to speak, as they've won 7 out of 10. However, with 5 of the fields, hold on a second. Yeah, post position doesn't seem to play. Anyway, recent form is a solid predictor. 8 of the last 10 winners, including the dead heat, won their previous start, while the other 3 ran second. All but 1 ran an equi-based speed figure above 100. And this is the most interesting thing to me, is that in the last 11 winners, 10 races, almost, let's see how many of them, 8 of them improved their speed figure from the previous 2 races. So 2 races back, they ran 100. The last time out, they ran 101. So you saw some improvement there. We got a friend, Jose Gonzalez from Panama. Welcome, Jose. Good to see you again. So you're going to see maybe a horse that has been on the upswing. There's only 2 horses in the field that actually meet that criteria. We'll see who they are as we go through the rankings. As far as the pace is concerned, let's take a look at what the pace might look like. Midnight Bourbon might be the one that gets the lead. Essential Quality probably sit right off Midnight Bourbon. Mask Parade on their way home. There's no question that Keep Me in Mind is a horse that's probably going to be coming the latest. You gentlemen see anything with either one of those that you disagree with?
No, it looks pretty normal to me. So,
you think the same thing, Tom?
Yeah, I think overall, I do think Miles D may be a little farther back
than where we see there.
Yeah,
it's possible. Let's look at the horses. Midnight Bourbon. I expect this horse could get to the lead. Last time out at the Haskell, obviously ran into a little bit of problems late with Hot Rod Charlie and that little bit of a, thankfully the horse is okay in racing again. You think Midnight Bourbon can get to the lead and maybe close this one out?
For me, no. I'm actually left it out. I don't know how much that last race took out of the horse. And the works are nothing spectacular.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. The works haven't been
merely average.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Terry?
No, I think that's the same for me. It did clip heels in the Lost Rider in the last race, but that's the first since ran second in the Preakness. So, I don't know how much it's bothered. So we'll have to see.
For what it's worth, the 2 times the horse did have a 2-race cycle. The second race was considerably better than the first one. Essential Quality, 4-5, morning line favorite. Brad Cox, Luis Saez, one really kind of difficult race in the Kentucky Derby with Medina Spirit. We all know what happened with that, but it does have the top pedigree. It does have, 7 out of 8 races that win. All right. So Terry, is anybody, what can we add to Essential Quality's resume? Tom?
Owned by Godolphin.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got a few horses that are pretty darn good this year, and a couple in Europe, especially Hurricane Lane, looks like they could be very special.
How about you, Terry?
He's won over $3.5 million, which isn't too shabby.
No, it's not too shabby at all. So the next horse is number 3, Keep Me in Mind. That is Robertino Diodoro's horse, a friend of ours at the show. last time out, it was kind of on Essential Quality's heels there. Going to be the hardest closer. I think that these workouts that the horses Robertino's been putting this horse suggest to me he's not going to be in the back. They're going to try to push him out of the gate a little bit earlier than usual. Tom, do you agree with that's going to be the strategy? And do you think that Keep Me in Mind could be the one that beats him?
No, he's not going to beat him. And yes, they're going to push the horse, and then he's going to finish up track.
No, you think he's going to fade then, huh?
Yeah, I do.
Terry, what about you?
No, I think he's going to go mid-pack, and I think he's going to close from there and possibly get third or fourth.
Possibly get third or
maybe
fourth.
Second.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that pace is going to be there. I think it'll be pretty similar to last race, though. Robertino might give his horse a little bit of a rest. He's been running 6 straight races without any time on the bench, but I do think that those late pace numbers could come into play at the distance. So we'll see how Keep Me in Mind does. So Dynamic One, this horse last time out, first time off of a layoff, hasn't run since May, came out and blasted its best speed figure, but not by such a wide margin that I expect that the horse could actually bounce. So last time it was in a 2-race cycle. That second number was considerably better than the first number. And we have Howard Cologne telling us Dynamic One is your winner. Terry, do you agree? Do you agree with Howard?
Well, that's my fourth pick. I don't think it's going to win. The only thing that's going to beat Essential Quality is if something happens, like gets blocked in or bumped or the jockey falls off or something like that. But this horse Dynamic One has the highest last speed rating of the entries, and he's won his last race at Del Mar and has a hot trainer jockey combination of Fletcher and Ortiz in the last 7 days. 14 days, 7 mounts, 3 wins, 2 seconds.
All righty, Tom.
No, yeah, he raced at Saratoga last out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was in the Curlin. So I like that angle where and really it was the best speed figure he's really thrown out there. He had adventures in the Kentucky Derby, but he's not unique in that area. And his Wood was a good race. Can't complain. It took him a while to figure it out, though.
Mm-hmm.
The layoff appears to have helped because it came right back, and the field was okay. It's an overnight deal, but it's running. They're running for decent money in that race, and I threw him in for third. I think he's got a chance.
Miles D, guys, was right behind Dynamic One last time. Is Miles D going to be able to get in front of the Dynamic One this time, Terry?
No, I don't know. He's got a good jockeying trainer, but he's only had 3 career races, so it's anybody's guess to what really happens with this horse.
How about you, Tom?
Yeah, I didn't see him in this race. I think there's just too much.
Yeah, I do like the last effort. 3
I mean,
consecutive speed figure increases. If you can make it a fourth one, he's got a shot. Does have, I think, an opportunity in that respect. It does have a pretty good jockey trainer combo as well in terms of working together. So Flavian Pratt, I mean, you can't do much better than that. Chad Brown, that gets pretty good. Mask Parade has some of the fastest early fractions, so might get out to the front as well, and actually had some decent coming home numbers. So I think maybe in the third time off a layoff, hasn't really, I mean, the Thistle Downs to Saratoga Eagle doesn't really work with me. Fairgrounds either, maybe Churchill. What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, he's my third pick and has won 2 races out of the last 3. And he has a fast workout on August 21st at Saratoga, 48 breezing, 16 out of 41.
How about you, Tom?
Yeah, I like the last race. I thought it did, it got pushed and it pushed. Made the other ones run, and then it backed up. And in the Ohio Derby, I mean, it was sitting a little back and then came right on. I think that you got to think about it. I mean, this again is one of those ones that's a late developing 3-year-old for sure. And I mean, the biggest thing to be concerned about will be whether they can get the distance or not.
Mm-hmm. Any King Fury takers?
Yeah, I am. Again, this is the old quarantine angle. you know, he had put him on a race somewhere, and that last race, forget it. That's not the place to go.
Right.
But what are you going to do? I mean, you got to. So turf, you know, turf race, go back to dirt, run some good races. If the track was off, I'd even like him more.
Okay, they're heading into the gate. So quickly, Terry, your picks.
Okay. I like, oops, Jesus.
All right, Tom, while Terry figures it out, what do you got?
2, 7, 4, 6.
And which one can beat him? The 7?
I'm thinking the 7.
All right, Tom, Terry?
2, 3, 6, 4.
2, 3, 6, 4. So you think the 3 can get him? I'm going 2, 4, 1, 3 in the contest. I'm actually putting the 4 on top. I think Dynamic One can get him. It's the only horse in the field that can do it. We'll see you when it's official. Terry, you were sweating out your pick 6 there, my friend.
I was. But that's a good race, and Midnight Bourbon sure showed he had a lot of heart and guts there.
Yeah, he got off to the front like we projected and had some good staying power. And in a way, I almost feel bad for that horse.
Yeah.
It seems like it's always there, but just can't quite get there for that big win. You know what I mean?
I do, yeah. Yeah.
I have a feeling he's going to pop off in some race like the Breeders' Cup Classic or something like that. Some really big race that he's going to end up getting into, and he's going to finally, like, he's just always there, and he's going to get that breakthrough win at some point. I'm actually hoping that he does after all the trouble this poor horse has had. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I absolutely do. Yeah. So that was good for me. I won the pick 6, but I actually lost $60-some. So.
So did you win then?
Oh, I did win. Yeah, I won, but and it only pays like $120, and I bet 180. So, but the race before that, I had played $10 exacta from Gufo to the 2 horses. One of them run second, and so I collected, I think, 145 or something. So,
I don't know, Tom. Do you consider losing $60 winning?
Aggravating would be my word for it, but
it is.
But on the other hand, that's the way it is. I mean,
it's better than the Kobe, right? Crumple up that ticket and whoo, swish.
But that's why I did the race before the exacta, just to protect myself, because I knew that no way to do anything. So
for sure.
Yeah, quick comment on Midnight Bourbon. He'll be back as a 4-year-old.
Yeah,
and I think with him maturing, I think you'll see better efforts, because like Essential Quality will not race as a 4-year-old. I'd be very surprised if it does.
So would I.
Yeah. So I mean, you never know, but I just think a little maturity maybe the key here, and he's certainly run some gutsy races, and he's won a few races here and there, but he just can't, as you said, he just can't finish, and maybe the difference is time.
One more year for sure. I feel like that the horse is going to have that breakthrough moment for sure. Or at least I'm hoping for it. It's just I always like those horses that fight and are there and don't give up. So we'll see. Well, we're not going to give up either. There's one more race to go, and then we're going to close out the show. Hopefully, it's a maiden claim in 40,000, which is probably bottom of the barrel at Saratoga, and it'll be fun because it's a big field and an opportunity to collect the big check, and maybe in terms of tickets, and an opportunity for maybe some of those who are behind in the contest to catch up. I can see a long shot coming. So we will find out.
I thought we were going to Ferndale.
Yeah, that's where Terry wants to go. Terry says Terry's going to get us all airline tickets and hotels comped. So
we should
go to Ferndale.
Yeah, let's go to Ferndale. There was a pick 6 paid $206,000 last week.
So. Did you have that one?
No, I did not. I had 5. Hey, I had 5 of the legs. I just didn't have one of the legs.
You just needed the one you were off on. That would have been perfect, and just great timing for an all.
Yeah, I went all in 2 other races. So,
all right. Well, we'll see what we like. If we're going to all this race to pick a winner, we won't need to. Hopefully, we'll find something. We'll talk about the pace setup. We'll talk about who's going to be where, and then we'll make our selections. We'll see you 12 minutes to post.
Okay. See you then.
All right, gentlemen, last race. Got about 11 minutes to post. A lot of horses, so let's get through this kind of quickly. The history at this race, at this current meet for 1 16th miles on the turf. 10 races. The rail has yet to win. So you got the favorite down on the rail. Maybe it's a reason to toss them out. The 2 horses have won from the 2 post, but based upon what I saw in the paddock just now, I think you could throw that 2 out as well. He was acting up a little bit, not happy. 3 for 1 from the 3, 4 have won from the 4, 5 have won from the 5. No, just kidding. But 3 did win from the 3, 4 did win from the 4, and then 1 from the 9 horse. As far as pace is concerned, 3 of the 10 winners went wire to wire. Again, riding shotgun, not the place to be, only won 1. Third, again, seems like another good place to be, has won 3. The 4 has 1, and then the 7 has 1. Jockey-wise, Saez has 2. Jose Ortiz has 3 at the distance. James Bond, Michael Maker, and Chad Brown all with 2. And let's take a quick look at how the race might break down in terms of pace. Looks to me like Sister Luck might be the fastest horse in the field. Loves Misery, that horse that got into the race as also eligible, got in. And on the way home, looks like the 13 might be pretty fast as well, along with the 8 coming home. And the 8 also looks like it could be part of the early pace too, gentlemen. So let's take a quick run through the field. The first horse on the docket is number 1. That is Dancing Firefly. Can the rail win this one, Terry?
Yeah, I like the number 1 quite a bit. Drops in class today, has a hot trainer the last 14 days. 5 mounts, 2 wins, 1 second, 1 third.
Terry, Thomas?
I tossed it.
Tossed him. Yeah, well, it's a good idea to do that. Like I said, the rail has yet to win. Grace in Motion, he was just kicking everybody around in the stall. He just didn't want to be around nobody. Maybe he's going to chew on somebody's ear on the way home. Toss, complete, both the guys toss.
Yeah.
2.
No interest.
Number 3, Decreed. This is a horse that's run a lot. Hasn't really done anything. Toss.
Toss.
All right. Number 4, Spanish Dreamer, one of the first-time starters. Again, I like to put them in buckets. I think the experienced horses are probably going to be your winners. Anybody going to take a flyer on the first time out of the barn horse here?
Nah, if Michelle Nevin's going to have a chance to win, it would be the next start, I would think, with this horse. It's a let's watch and see type of situation to me.
Okay. Tales of McKenna. Last time out was bet okay at Belmont. Some decent workouts since that last race in July. Maybe it's this is the time around for Tales of McKenna to find her way into the winner's circle. Terry, do you think so?
No, she had a first career race where it was just an even race. I don't think she's going to do it.
How about you, Thomas?
The dam side's okay. But again, I think I have to sit in the sidelines and see what it'll do.
Well, yeah, I think so too. Constitutional Rage. I'm sorry, a little bit of a phonetic mess up there. Horse been out 6 times and hasn't run 1 quality race, 2 quality races in 6. That accounts for its second and third. The last time certainly wasn't a quality race. 58 lengths from the leader. Oof. And he wasn't even the last one. That's even it's funnier. So anyway, anything he can improve here or no?
It looks like he's been going backwards.
Yeah.
Toss. All right.
Yeah.
Tesla. Is Tesla or toss? That gets the Jose Lescano. Again, I put him in buckets. I'm reaching into the bucket of experienced horses. So that means I'm passing on Tesla, but maybe.
I'm not. I've got him in there. No, I'm not passing on him. The breeding suggests a like turf. I'm not putting it as my top choice, but I think it's for 4th. I can see this horse doing it. And I have to say, yeah, it's got a good chance.
Terry?
Yeah, first-time starter. And the breeding suggests it'll like grass, just like Tom said. So it's actually my 4th pick.
Spun for Lulu, the 8 horse. Any takers on this one, or is this a see you later? Horse has run 5 times and has been no closer than 8 3/4, more often than not 10 lengths behind the winner.
Yeah, it's a toss for me.
Toss.
Spun off out of the money. Yeah, that would be where I put it.
Mm-hmm. Number 9, Elegant Le Bon. There's another horse that scratched. Okay, perfect. Makes it easier. You're right about that. I have it written down as scratch too. Home for Christmas. Last time out wasn't too bad. Finished 3rd. It's big improvement, it looked like, on the slot. Maybe Joel Rosario brings this horse home on the turf. What do you think?
Yeah.
Terry?
Well, go ahead. I'm just going to say I like it as my third pick. Yeah, just for the reason I like that nice third it ran last time. It was fine.
I moved it up. I moved it up to second. I like the move. I like the. I think it's got a chance. This is second time at this level. And back to the turf. Let's see what it can do.
Yeah, speed figure was pretty good last time. If it can improve on that, probably you're going to be your winner. She's on points. This was a horse that's been nowhere near a point. 83 lengths and 37 lengths behind the winner. Maybe going to be somebody's pet at some point.
Yeah, toss for me.
Number 12, last time out, was 20 lengths off, turned its head, and decided it wanted to not race anymore. Gone to the barn, come back for Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz. Obviously, the jockey combination here with the trainer is catching the eyes of bettors. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I like it pretty well. I mean, I had a hard time deciding between the 1 and the 12 as my first pick. And like you said, it switched to a high percentage jockey. The Dam has one winner out of 2 starters, although none of them have been turf winners. The trainer wins 27% of the time whenever he brings a horse back that's been off for 90 days.
How about you, Thomas?
My top choice.
Top choice.
Yeah, they're going to have a little bit of a equipment change. Whenever Pletcher drops down to claimers, people ears perk up, and the claiming box may be busy.
I'm sure. Finally, the one that got in, scratched into this race, 6 times, hasn't shown much. Loves Misery. Last time out, though, big improvement on that early pace. I like to see that sometimes. Sometimes when a horse tries to run a different style, and this time it went from like closing or stalking to speed. The second time on the new try at a new running style is the magic answer. Any chance that 13 is going to Love Misery, make people love it as a winner?
I don't like it.
I have it. I think they finally ran it in a distance race. I've been running at 6 furlongs and 5.5, and I think the breeding suggests it wants some distance, and I think the 2 turns helped.
All right, time to make your picks, Terry.
Okay, I like the 1, 12, 10, 7.
1, 12, 7. Thomas?
12, 10, 13, and 7.
12, 10, 13, and 7. I'm going to go 13, 12, 1, and 10. Hopefully one of us has the trifecta in there. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. As always, folks, good luck with your tickets. Good luck with your bets. And to anybody who's still got a chance to win the contest, good luck to you as well. Hope to see the 13 or the 11 or the 12 in the winner's circle. We'll find out in just a few. Well, we all had the 10, but none of us had him on the top. And then none of us had anything else. So
That's right. Wide open race.
What a beautiful way to end the day, just with a random pick of ours winning, but nothing else. So hopefully people who did something that ended in that race decided to take the 10 horse because it was one that we all agreed on. We all agreed on the 10 and the 12. So maybe everybody took the 10 and the 12 and put them together in something and ended up with something nice when you only needed the 10 horse to win.
Very formful day, that's for sure.
Quite a lot of races it was until the very end, right? That last race, those maiden claimings, you just never know what exactly is going to happen. I think the guys went a little bit too fast early to keep up with that 10, maybe sprinting from the outside. Who knows? It's maiden claiming. And it wraps up the day. Hopefully you had fun. We had some winners. It was a formful day. Not quite sure where we'll be next week, but I do know that we'll be live from
Ferndale.
From Ferndale, yes.
The only problem is Ferndale's last day is Sunday of this week.
Yeah, I know. That's why we would be there.
And at least we won't be able to pick any losers.
No.
I'm going to guess maybe Delmar. I don't know. They have a couple of nice races there next week. I don't know. Maybe we'll find something else that we want to do, something a little bit different. I do know that Terry and I will be back on Monday at 1 o'clock Eastern. We're going to do Parks as our pick 4. We're going to try to hit a life challenge, get one of these pick 3, these parlay place parlays, see if we get one of those. And then Tom will be back next Friday. We'll talk a little bit about some international racing. We had some good luck today with the international racing, Tom. Yeah, some nice winners in there.
It was a nice day. Lavender Blue was the big surprise of the bunch, and she did go off at a price again. So $38 in here and a little more in the overseas.
Yes, so make sure you join Tom and I for that because there's always long shots over there, not as formful over here.
No, especially when you get those 22 horse fields.
Anything can happen.
With 2-year-olds, it's like, good luck. Well, but it's half the fun. I mean, the big races we're going to be looking at is going to be at Paris Longchamp, and there's some this starts their big push towards the Arc, and there's some decent races there.
Sounds good. And then Terry and I on Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll be doing Colonial Downs for the pick 4. They've got a ton of stakes races on those 2 days and working on getting a guest. We'll see who it might be for maybe both days. We'll find out. Hopefully we'll have a guest to go over some of the stuff, give us a little bit of an on-track insight. And of course, next Thursday, if you don't know, every Thursday night, we have the Players Edge podcast live here on the YouTube channel. Just join us at 9:30. As Tom's right, hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Facebook or Twitter at Racing Radar. Both the addresses are the same, just different websites. That wraps up another live Saturday of racing, folks. Until we see you next time, we hope to see you in J. Marco's Winner's Circle. Have a great weekend.